So we're going to pick up where we left off with Kentucky Herb Poultry, where we did just get the barn and we got our first automated production line set up. Now, we're going to pick up, and I don't even remember what we're doing, trying to get, I think, our supplies sorted or whatever. But with all that, while we're getting into it, I do want to apologize for anyone on the YouTube side who is watching videos and all that, and has been absolutely obliterated with ads. YouTube had this whole thing that they've been going on for a while. They're like, hey, we want to automatically help you know when to put your ads on your channel. Do you want this? And I said, no, I do not. I will put the ads there manually, and realistically that means I probably will hardly do it at all. And yeah. So what they did is, for everyone who said, no, I don't want this, just today they just went ahead and did it anyway. And to give you an idea of how like dystopian it was, I looked at some of the ad block, like some of the channel segments, and for about 15 minutes of video, it wanted to put somewhere in the ballpark of about 5 ad blocks. It was give or take a little bit. Which would equate to about 1 ad every 3 minutes if every ad block played. Now, in all reality, they don't actually play with every ad block. And I can fix it, but I do have to manually go through every single one of the thousands of videos on my channel over there and manually remove those ad blocks, one at a time, with confirmation prompts, and all of it. So it is something I am working on. I'm not trying to blast y'all with ads over there. But YouTube basically gave a big old middle finger and said, watch your ads. And again, I opted out of it. And it's been a big rumble with a bunch of people on the YouTube side, like on the creator sphere. A lot of them are in kind of a panic where that's their main thing. And they fully and understandably expect audiences to be upset about it. So, just being aware. If you want a less dystopian ad experience, there's Twitch. I really don't have more to say about it. There's Twitch, where you'll get 3 minutes of ads per hour if you don't pay anything. It must not show those numbers if we're doing this ourselves. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna start the day. I can't start the day. I have to drop off money. Okay, oh wait, we probably have product to drop. Alright. But yeah, so it's just a thing going on. So if it seems like every creator you know on the YouTube side is absolutely blasting you with ads every couple seconds, it's YouTube doing it. The creators do not want it. They didn't opt in for it. It's just the way YouTube handled it. Unfortunately, that's what has occurred. Anyways, we do get our production line up, which has been going pretty well considering, like, on my person right now, I have about 120 doses of our product. Oh, do I don't remember where we're at with the money laundering. And the problem we're running into is I need another business to money launder through because I'm struggling to be able to continue doing my stuff because I don't have the money in the bank. Let's check our dealers real fast. You have 75, you have 22. Okay, so our supply needs to go to Molly. Because I've got cash. Like, we're bringing in money. That part's going fine. Are you still at the apartment? Yeah. That part's going fine. I need a means of getting that money into the bank. And that's the catch. Because you can only put about $10,000 in the bank through the ATM. And otherwise you have to use the money laundering stuff. Okay, so we've already done our 10,000. So that's a bit of an issue. And the issue we have right now is that's going to really limit my ability to produce product. Because I don't really have the money to buy the materials to do more. Let's go 20, 20. Yeah, so you only do like one stack of those. Alright, well I bought some supplies for at least one more batch. Now the other good news we have is we are making a ridiculous amount of money as far as cash goes. That's interesting that you're blocking over there. We'll have to figure out better ways to get that money where it needs to go. Alright, so you can go here. There's you. 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 You and you. Alright. Yeah, so our product's worth a small fortune. I just gotta figure out what I'm doing with the cash. What I will do for right now is go chuck 1,000 in each of these. That means I don't have to think about it for a little while. I'm not sitting as quite as much cash on my person. All right. So pretty soon we'll have more in the bank. I can grab more supplies. That's gonna be the real kicker. In the meantime, while we're waiting for that to clear, let's go see what our next milestone for the real estate and all that's gonna be. We're gonna purchase a business. So $10,000 to the post office. What is the other businesses we have here? 50,000 for the warehouse. Okay, so $10,000 for the next business. So we definitely want to try and do that. How much would it be for a car? They tell me anything about them? I'm guessing the Viper is what we want. Just because it looks like it'd be the highest capacity. I kind of wish it gave us more information on that one. So you could look at it and be like, okay, cool, this is the vehicle I need to handle all this extra cash, or extra good. Yeah, so it basically looks like roughly 10,000 for the business, 10,000 for the car. We're doing what we can in that regard. Which does unfortunately leave me not a whole lot I could work on in the meantime. I mean, so catch-22 here is I can keep buying the product to keep increasing our inventory, you know, blowing up our net worth, yada yada, whatever you want to say, and do that. Keep our workers working, keep producing product. But I still have to clean the money, and that's where we're running into the snag. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. Because as you can see, each time I get one of those stacks, that's 720 bucks. That's basically a little under half of a day's worth of cleaning money. Now granted, the other thing is, how close is it to Sunday? Or Monday? Okay, so honestly, probably keep doing what we're doing. And then by the time Monday rolls around, I can just drop $10,000 and we'll get the business first. Because I think the cleaning money is our bottleneck right now. Yeah, just go run out and grab our stack. I'm doing this manually as opposed to doing the orders, because the orders take 6 in-game hours to do. And I can just run over here real fast and do it myself and not have to fuss with it. Plus, it'll force me to run around here and hopefully learn the area. Off the clock now, but stuck at work because you have to be back in 2 hours anyways. Oh, you're doing like a double shift kind of thing? Well, I'm happy you popped in. It's good to see you. Sorry you're getting way more work than you probably wanted, but... What? Closing and then hour-long late night? Gotcha. Yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep this going. The dealers will be our source of cash each day. What we'll probably do here in a little bit is, once they start getting the individual baggies made, we can start running around and taking care of, doing some more of our own deals for a little while. Build up some friendship, get that next dealer online. Hey, Cammy, how's it going? And the chemist is doing their best. All right. There's also another thing I want to do is I want to start working on I want to get a spot set up where I can experiment with figuring out more blends to try and see what I can do to get ourselves a better priced item. Because right now we're producing the highest value item I've come up with. Which I mean we've been leaning all in, which is part of the issue here. There we go. You're looking for someone to buy you the game? I'll fill you in on a little secret. I don't think anyone, if you just randomly pop in their chat, is going to buy you a game. Like, I understand not having the money and all that, you know, it's a thing. But I can't imagine anyone just being like, oh, you popped in my chat, let me just buy the game. So, if that's your goal, I don't think you're going to get your results you're aiming for, unfortunately. I am buying too many jars too fast. They're closing in an hour later night, just to do final walks with dogs and stuff. Gotcha. All right, Cammy. You have a nice day as well. That was an unusual one. Basically, on YouTube site has had someone pop in and was just like, "I'm looking for someone who could buy you Schedule 1 since they don't have the money for the game." And they're like, you know, you don't have to if you don't want to. It's like, yeah, that's not a thing that people do. All right. Yeah, so next we'll get Benji sorted. Yeah, it's even worse than asking a sub. Yeah, no, it's also like, that is a really weird thing to do. Like, don't get me wrong, I do understand I don't have the money for it. It's like, hey, you know what? I get it. There's lots of games I'd love to play that even were potentially making money and all that kind of stuff in content creation is still a hard sale, even if I'm going to make some of the money back because of content creation. But it's a thing. Does Steam not take games off your wishlist after you buy them? No, I don't believe it does, actually. I've had a bunch of games I've had to look back at the wishlist and go, wait a second. I already own that. You're looking for someone to pay your mortgage too, but certainly don't expect anyone in Twitch chat to jump on that. Yeah. Like, you usually don't get, like, weird stuff like that. That's the reason it's kind of like, huh, okay. It's a really odd one, I guess. But yeah, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Like, I think part of it is, like, for example, when I get a key, you know, whether it's from, like, the devs or a publisher or whatever, and I've got wishlisted, and then I use that key they gave me, I believe that won't always take it off the wishlist, even though I already own the game. I kind of wish it was a thing that you can't simultaneously have a game in your wishlist and own it. It's an either-or. It's either on your wishlist or you own it. But these are mutually exclusive. I wish that's how it worked. So good news is, when I've got them supplied, that chemist has already knocked out another 140 doses. And at $92 each dose, 140 doses, we're talking like $10,000 in there. That's part of why I'm trying to keep them working production right now. So it can keep all that going. Alright, so I've almost got that shelf cleared. Could honestly take the odd stuff out and just delete it. I know I probably shouldn't, but I'm gonna. It's usually the dev keys that are beta and special keys that somehow are different than normal ones. Oh yeah, no, we run into that a lot too. That one can get real frustrating. I really dislike when you have the exclusive, like, the exclusive demo that you need the key for. I see you're mad at Culture doing the secret farming simulator? Yeah. No, I was just looking for things that came out recently that'd be fun. We gave Inzoi a little bit of a go. It was alright. Like, it's got some really cool stuff. I'm gonna hit the button just to get that cleared. It's got some cool stuff in it and all that. I don't like the fact that it's got generative AI in it, even if it's like optional and turned off by default and all that garbage. But we played it. It's a little content dry right now. I think that's definitely a wait and see kind of game. And otherwise, we're kind of like in Pacific Drive update waiting room, Roadcraft waiting room, that kind of thing. And so just been juggling when I'm in the mood to actually play and all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, early access go brr. Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of those things that, like, in a lot of ways, this game looks just like half of the other, like, drug whatever games. Have I seen Tankhead? No, I've not heard of Tankhead. What kind of game is it? Because I'm down to get more stuff on the radar. Because, like, Pacific Drive's doing its update here on, I believe, the 3rd. Oh yeah, no, Inzoi has already knocked down The Sims for having the most players, like, just in all of The Sims history, The Sims 4 I'm talking, in all of Sims history, Inzoi has had a higher top player, you know, number of players already. I really wish it would drop its generative AI stuff. I really wish, because then there would be, like, no controversy around the game. Kind of Pacific Drive meets World of Tanks. That is a very complicated thing to contemplate. All right, so Benji is stocked. Can I get someone, you know, to pop into the Discord and just drop it there so I could check later? Because obviously I've got 8 more hours of stream. I'm not going to remember the name, and that does sound like the kind of thing I'd want to check out. Okay. Yes, the dealers are making us some money. In your opinion, it's not very controversial. It's off by default and just using their own assets. Yeah, well, there is some generative AI. So, like, it is a thing. They're trying to approach it more ethically than we've seen a lot of companies do. Like, they're not doing the thing where they're just spitting out generative AI assets and going with it. So I definitely will agree to that. The fact it was off by default and optional was one of the main reasons I was willing to cover it. Whereas any other time we've run to anything generative AI, it's been an instant absolutely not. Which for the most part we've done really well in that I haven't been caught where I go to play a game and find out after I start it's got generative AI, except for 2 occasions I can think of. Infected Free Zone did that, which was honestly a huge disappointment. Because it was one of those things, it wasn't properly disclosed and everything. And it was one of those things that I had already played it, finished the stream, kind of gave my opinions on it, so at least it didn't impact those opinions. And then found out after the fact that they had added generative AI since the last time I had played it. Like, the time before that, I mean. And then there was this, like, really kind of cringy beach resort simulator game that we tried that we got a little ways in and we went, that looks very generative AI. And it was like, nah, that's like, I kind of waffled on it for a little bit, being like, is that generative AI or is it legit? I was like, no, that's definitely generative AI. And the moment we saw that, like, they were like, no, it's generative AI, immediately bailed on it. Because it's just not something I want to support in any capacity. Hey, Bassett, how's it going? But yeah, so I will say, like, Inzoi is doing a lot to try and approach it in a less ethically problematic issue. But yeah. Did you picture employees? Yeah, all I had to do was save the game and reload the save, and they just worked. What we're dealing with right now is I'm struggling real hard right now with the getting my money clean. I get in the cash, but the bank won't take it. Something, federal investigation, something. Gotta clean the money through legitimate business. Gotcha, Bassett. Hope you have yourself a good grocery run and all that. You bought one of them and now you need to rethink everything? Uh-huh. At least it's not EA. There's a point of not being controversial. Yeah, no, that was the reason when it came to like the whole Inzoi thing with that. I'm like, man, you should have just literally, you don't need the generative AI. It doesn't add anything to your game. It makes it controversial. And people are ready to back you just even honestly, even if Inzoi was kind of just okay, like even if it was just okay, that alone would be enough to rally enough people into supporting it to get them the sales, just because people want to see EA go down that hard. I am having fun. I'm gonna take those off here real fast before he has a chance to restock it. Let's switch those to baggies for a minute, because I need some baggies. It's upon, yep. Let's say Paradox dropping Life by You is so sad. Anything but EA, please. Yeah. Well, that's the Life by You is one of those ones that gets really weird, because when it came to Life by You, we've got really mixed things from people that worked on the project who got let go and all that kind of stuff. That there were some people who were like, oh man, it was right there, like it's basically ready to rock and roll. You know, they just axed it for a tax write-off or whatever, you know, didn't, you know, got whatever. We don't know really the truth, it said. And then there's some that are like, oh no, like, it was way late stage and it just wasn't fun. And so Paradox just didn't want to take, you know, another, like, a really high profile miss like that and opted to axe it. And we've heard both stories and no idea what the truth is there. But it's one of those things that is a bummer. Because what's supposed to happen this year is we're supposed to get 3 of them. We're supposed to get Inzoid, Life by You, and ones like Paralives or something like that. And Inzoi has the controversy about the fact it contains generative AI. It definitely looks like the most polished and complete of the 3, but it has generative AI, which is kind of a bummer. It's optional, it's off by default, so it is a thing you choose to do. And then after that, you've got Paralives. Paralives is going to be is aiming to be more Sims-like, in that it's going to be a little bit more on the silly side and all that kind of stuff. We don't know much about that one yet because it's not out. There has apparently been some like early alpha playtesty kind of stuff, and the rumblings from that is that it's underwhelming. But at the same time, like, I don't individually know anyone involved. It's an early alpha, whatever, so that could just be reflective of that version. Who knows? But it's a little discouraging to hear that. And then you had Life by You, which is the Paradox one, and that's canceled. That's gone. That's dead. Let's see. You read an article where Inzoid folks seem to be very susceptible for buzz prior to its drop. 'Tis why I was hesitant. They've done NFTs and other stuff, and it's kind of sad. You hope they rethink some of the things, maybe. I'm honestly curious about the investor side of Krafton. I don't know who they're beholden to, but I can see as well as things that there's like, from the investor side, there's just a lot of pressure they may have gotten to include these features. And as a result, it was kind of, the writing was on the wall, they're going to include it, or there's going to be an investor mutiny. And that, to me, would explain if the devs for Inzoid didn't want the generative AI, but kind of had to, the way they handled it, they could kind of shove it in the corner, put the marketing pitch on it that the investors would want, and then just basically have it sequestered in its little corner. Because I watched two other creators try to actually engage the Smart Zoe, which is the generative AI thing, has like, that's the one they're marketing the most, that's also the one that's got the most concerning around it. And legitimately they couldn't get to work. Like, they even took literal prompts that InZoe suggested and just didn't do anything. Like, either like, I don't think it's working, like, it's showing the Zoe's thoughts and they don't reflect anything we've typed. They're not exhibiting any behavior that would align with what we prompted it. Like, literally as far as they could tell, even with it turned on, it's not happening. And before everyone's like, well, they gotta have the right video card. They did. Okay, so with that, products. The Terragon is going back on the market, baby. We're dealing. I'm going to shift this over, and within absolute seconds, they're like, look, man, I need it. I need it now. I need it right now. Alright, so we need to get this dropped off. We also need to drop by the laundromat, so that we can clean some money. I gotta keep that going. And I also need to run by the gas station to pick up more supplies to keep the Terragon going. Alright. So there's the laundromat. Of course, this person is meeting me like right next to it. Are you in the alley between? Do you want 4? Do we have any potential customers I haven't already got on my payroll? Potential dealer. I don't think we can get the dealer yet. Let's actually check our contacts. So we're talking downtown. Yeah, so I gotta get one of them to be, so it's one of these three's gotta be friendly. So we just gotta wait. Oh, is it after 6 already? Yeah. Let's take a quick peek in the warehouse. Yes, that's weapons. I'm not worried about that right now. I don't believe you have any of the supplies I want to deal with right now. Because, oh, actually, that's not true. So, what I can do is I can get the chemistry table. Oh, wait. Hang on. Let's see, hang up organic items. We can improve their quality. We'll figure out how that works. And I'll grab that. Give me a second. Alright, that's 6, so we can afford that. Oh, that was a cop right next to me, too. I'm really... Well, I mean, honestly, if they searched me, I probably could get away with that. Hearing is a must, good sir? Yep. Alright. We're gonna work our way home really fast. I'll try and grab some supplies on the way through. Oh, I didn't leave myself enough inventory to keep all of it going. We can grab 1 stack of each. So 20, 20, 20. That's like a carry. Yeah, we're definitely getting to the point I'm gonna need a vehicle. Realistically. All right. There's the peppers. There's this. There's that. Now I have no idea how you work or how you work. I'm assuming you're going to end up needing a lot of chemicals for this because it says ingredient and output. Ingredients and output. Yeah, so I have to see about that. Insert bud leaf into input. So my assumption there is when I get stuff out of here, I just don't want them to baggy it immediately. And deal with that. Alright. So meanwhile, I'm going to make bad decisions. We can do this deal right now. Go for that bonus. Nothing a nighttime sprint through the forest? Exactly. Alright, so gotta watch it because this is the police department around the corner here. They're going to be cutting right past. Grab some more supplies. Someone clearly just got shot. Okay. Please tell me a statue in West Park isn't literally the opposite side of the map. I have a real strong feeling it is. Okay. Sir, this is not me worth walking this far. In the future, I will need you to be buying in higher quantities. No, I don't have any inventory space. I was going to check if I could buy the last of the goods I need, but we're definitely going to need to expand some stuff. Alright, Vincent, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Hey, Luxury, how's it going? All right. And we go here. All right, let's unlist that again. So I got a drying rack. Alright, so what I'm understanding now is we have ourselves a new part of the process. So destination is now to there. And destination... Stop shoving. There's no need for it. Is now to here. Okay, so we're now drying these. And there's the other 3. Now the question is, when I dry these, how much is a difference that going to make it? And if I dry them earlier in the process, does that make a difference? Alright. I'm honestly curious how... Hustler level 5. I'm honestly curious how quality plays into it, because you have a price based on the item. We're going to aim for the best. Realistically, what's going to need to happen here is I'm going to need a lot of drying racks. And that way I could have like a shelf and I'll have a person who just manages putting them all on their shelves. Let's get those drying racks. Ooh, I'm pretty sure the drying racks, I think we can only get from the warehouse, so let's get those in the evening. Yep, that's fine. Alright, so in the meantime, get about 700 bucks. We're gonna go run over here real fast to this place. Gonna keep our stuff being produced. My assumption is when we dry it and we increase the quality, my guess is that's just gonna up the value. Now what I don't know is when we say up the value, is it gonna be a small amount or is it gonna be tremendous? We're not gonna know till we get here. The interesting thing about that though is it does mean we're gonna have a whole thing where we have a whole thing here where when it comes to our product and all that, that's going to slow our production. The drying rack's going to be a bottleneck of sorts. I am going to need to probably get a second handler to handle the drying rack specifically. Now, big question though is how much more does it make us? It's gonna need to be a decent chunk of change to make it worth our while. Oh, you think... Wait, botanists? You're my cleaner, right? Ah! Okay. Hmm. So. That's gonna have interesting implications. Alright, so. We're gonna go ahead and do is for right now, I need to go to you. You take these 2 plants off on the right. I'm gonna add this drying rack on here. Yeah, so definitely gonna need more of those shelves. Alright. So we're definitely gonna have to figure that out. What I think realistically is going to happen over here is we're probably gonna have an intermediary shelf, so I don't need those trash bags. Those can get out of here. I'm gonna probably need an intermediary shelf where this stuff gets moved to the intermediary shelf. The intermediary shelf then, you know, gets put on these shelves, which then they have their output is probably another intermediary shelf that then goes to this spot. I do think we will need one more handler. We might need a second botanist. I'm not too sure. The good news is I got lots of cash in my pocket. This should be good. How are the dealers doing on their... Alright, so Molly could probably use the resupply. Yeah. You don't have to launder money to hire people? No, I'm aware. I just have to go by when the warehouse is open at 6 p.m. I think, honestly, right now, the most important thing is getting another launder place set up just to help move stuff. Okay, so Benji's over here. We'll go meet Benji, and then we'll go meet Molly, because right now there's a checkpoint where I was going to go anyway, so let's go around. So let's just hit up Benji. Cool. Because, like, you can see, I'm making a lot of cash. Like, in straight-up cash, I'm making some buku bucks. What I'm not doing, though, is I'm not getting into the bank account nearly fast enough. So we need to get more fronts to clean our cash. Okay, you're going down here. There you go. Need to buy the bank, I know, right? Just money laundered directly through the bank itself. All right. Like, I know we have new products we can working on, but I'm kind of just like, no, we've already got some product lines we can do a lot with. Like, let's keep advancing that and not worry about adding something else. We're gonna need another round of handlers and all that. Well, okay. Let's contact Shirley. And get those objectives off the board in case it's like, oh yeah, here's this important thing that you needed to do. We didn't bother telling you about it because you didn't complete our last objectives. Because then we can get some of the materials they want from Oscar. We get the drying racks. I'm going to... Oh, let's buy another bed if I can. I may not be able to. I may not have enough. Cool. That way I can hire another person to handle. Because, yeah. Well, no, actually. Oh, you're probably going to... So. Yeah, I think it's going to be a handler that I need. Realistically, I can take the botanist off of some of the plants they're growing. And not significantly impact the throughput on that side. And then, you know, take the things I've unassigned them on the plants to... work the drying racks, but I would need the extra handler to move the stuff to said drying racks. Because the one chemist, I won't be able to split that much. Alright, so you pop over here. Keep cleaning the money. Pop down here. Alright. So let's go for 4 of these. That's probably overkill, but they're not that expensive. We've got those 2 mixing stations. I have no concept of how many of these we need. Wait, how much did I buy from you? Six. Okay. So I'm assuming I'm gonna need 6 of those. And 6 of these. I don't know if that's true at all. And we can probably stick with that for right now. We can get the dead drop, but we can check on our dealers real fast. See if I can't snag the money. Okay, dealer-wise, they're both back home for right now. Because we definitely want to try to just deposit everything we can. So that hopefully we can buy that second business tomorrow. So we can clean this money much faster. I don't know how much these all scale so far as these things, like if each and every business will be 2,000 or like the first business is 2,000, the second business is 4,000. Oh, you're out dealing? That's fine. So let's get home. Because we got the drying. Oh, wait. We have one more thing I need to do. I'd like to hire an employee, a handler, at the barn. Okay. All right. Because then what we're going to want to do is get the drying rack set up. And set the handler, so basically have like an intermediary shelf that the chemist drops them off on, and then have a handler that just takes the stuff from that shelf to whichever drying rack is available. In the meantime, I'll worry about you in a minute. Okay, so you've got all those configured. Change your output from the drying rack. That shelf right there. Start by assigning your bed. And you start by this rack to there, this rack to here, this rack to here, this rack to there, this rack to there. Cool. So you've got all that set. They're all set to take it back there. Alright, so that means I need to grab the botanist, because you're about to have a massive change of assignments. Okay. So I have that rack on your roster. Take you off. And you off. And you off. Realistically, I'll probably need a second botanist. Okay, so in theory, that should fix everything. So you now have that there. They're loading this up. Getting that all aged for me. And then they'll jar it up and all that. We should be good. Put the stack of money there. I'm not super worried about it. We'll probably have the money pretty early in the morning tomorrow when we check with the dealers and all that again. Okay, and you're going through your supplies, which is how that works. Alright. Now the botanist should come in and deal with that. Cool, so they're gonna keep that going. Wait, where did these all come from? Have you just been sitting? Oh, I guess the whole chain of production got backed up at a point. Let's see, have you been able to properly set up your employees? The system seems unnecessarily convoluted. Yes, our employees, we were fully automated making stuff earlier, and now I am working on trying to add more processes. So, that just requires these 3 ingredients, nothing else to it. Okay. So that takes 8 minutes. So I don't want to clean this up myself, but I'm gonna need to. So that definitely means this is a much, much more involved process than the other one. What makes me curious about this is place a cookable ingredient in there. We're gonna need to test that as well. Ingredient is not cookable. Okay. Man, I've got my employees all set up. We got a group of 5 of them now. So it takes a little working. It's not the clearest, obvious, most elegant, whatever you want to go with. Maybe you can cook an extract of some spice. So, in real life, we'd definitely not want to leave this. I'm assuming mechanically the way this game works is that's just a time we just got to worry about. So I'm going to choose to ignore that problem. And we're going to go to bed. Okay, so that takes a long time to do. birds down who died. I mean, that's not an unrealistic outcome of you just starting that process and then walking away and being like, yeah, it'll probably be okay. Alright, so it's going to definitely need to happen here. It's going to need to choose a completely different area for this chemistry stuff to be in if we go to pursue this farther. Because that's something we definitely want to hand off to the chemist. But I want to learn more about it before we get that far. Because that's the one pro and the con of what I'm doing here. Is the pro is we've actually got like a whole manufacturing process set up where we can, you know, have very predictable outcomes and be consistent. But because of the nature of the fact that I'm not doing hardly any of this myself anymore, they're just going to produce what I've already got going. Now granted, technically, all I would have to do to change the outcome of what we're producing here would be literally just to go up to these shelves and just change what ingredients I'm putting on it. Oh good, we should start having these going, because this has been the real question. Is by making these maximum quality, what has that done for us? Like, is that a small boost to our profit, or is that gonna be like a massive increase? Because in sheer volume of product, we're fine. Like, I'm producing enough that my dealers can't keep up. But you know, if I can increase my margins for the same volume, that's well worth it. I would assume the quality would be a multiplier, whether it's like a 20% multiplier or, you know, 50% or 100%, I don't know. It requires a whole additional employee, a bunch of equipment, and a bunch of time. So my expectations, it'll be pretty good. Yeah, so it looks like we can only do like 4 batches a day. Use a drying oven to bake into a solid form. I see. So then it goes over here. All right. Heavenly. It doesn't mark it any different. It says it's heavenly quality. Okay. Can I get an idea of how much you're gonna willingly let me charge you for this? Because I'm assuming if I just hand it to Benji and all that, it looks like it's going to be literally just the same price it was before. So I'm kind of hoping... Okay. I don't know if that really helped us any or anything like that. Alright, so where's Benji and them? Okay, so Benji's up here. A little head scratcher, because maybe it's to sell to certain customers it has to be at least a certain quality or something. Alright, well regardless, we can go here. Possibly opens up more people then? I honestly don't know. Well, my thought is, with all that process with the drying rack, you would think you would want to do as a regular thing, that you're boosting the quality of your product. But like I said, it kind of kept the exact same name and everything, so... It might be one of those things that then I can go in and start changing what I'm charging for the product. Right, we wanted the cleaner, the next business, the most. And the reason we wanted that is right now we're kind of hurting there. So business, post office. Yes, please, I'd like the post office. So now where's the post office? Okay, post office is right here. This white building here. Don't look at me like that. Okay. So this one can do more than the other one. That means I could do $6,000 a day. It's a fertilizer or longer on drying rack is the question. But in contact. Yeah, because we got this on favorite. It doesn't have anything here about quality and how that impacts anything. And you both have tons and tons of supply. I mean, I'm down to still, like, boost the quality. It's just not super clear. The contacts show the customer's demands. Gotcha. Well, I mean, I'm still just gonna get in the habit of making it top quality just because we can. You can do nothing but the best. Alright. Cool, there's $2,000 so you can get more stuff being produced. Okay. So for right now, I'm just gonna chuck that in that shelf. Because we're definitely going to want to do chemistry stuff with it. But I'm going to need another chemistry table, and we can do this myself right now. Right, so I want to get the next batch going when we can. Because this will definitely be one we want to hire a chemist for. Because this process here is very slow. Now, if we could find out that this works pretty well with the same mix we're already doing, that would be our best case scenario, because then I can just chuck it on the regular chemistry route. Did I ever play TCG Shop Simulator? Oh yeah, we played a bunch of streams of that. Had a really good time with it. That's what I've always debated going back to, and like going back to for my own time to get like all the achievements. I've heard there's a couple of achievements that are really grindy, though. Cool. Alright, so we need to go and do a supply run for our stuff to keep the Tarragon going. Because right now I got a bunch of employees standing around doing nothing because, you know, we don't have what we need. We'll probably also want to intercept our dealers to get stuff from them. So we'll do it on the way back. Alright, so if we look for our dealers, Benji... Alright, they're both pretty close to where they're at. Benji looks like he's heading up north towards like the docks and all that. Benji... Yeah, there's Benji right there. All right. That's fine. Okay, so she's out and about. Okay, so she's down at the park. So one of our next investments will probably... It's kind of 50-50. Cool. Because on one hand, I could have my next major investment be to get a vehicle so that I can move a lot more stuff around when I am doing my runs for supplies. Another option I can have is to work on expanding our operations back at the house to try and get some more automation set up for other products. Basically trying to upgrade our margins on stuff. Because we are going to need to do some quick science here on our newfound products. So let's see here. So 40, 40, 40, 20. Keep what we got going. All right. Okay, let's get them back to work. Cool. We go right back out. We're gonna grab another ground. This time without the jars. Are you still playing music? What's going on here? Check that in a minute. So 40. There it goes. 40. 40. 20. 20. Just trying to stock up what we can. Okay, so we need to get even with our supplier. To figure out where I gotta drop that to make her happy. Okay, so where does she want me to drop that? Okay, so hers is at the warehouse. Let's drop off her money. Then we're gonna do another lap past. I just gotta remember to get one more stack of the mouthwash than the other things. Just trying to replenish our supplies as best. Oh wait, I can't afford another stack. Never mind. Well, we're still gonna go by the docks to get her supplier paid off. And I don't have the 720 or whatever it was to. Well, we'll go and we'll get just the mouthwash. To get all of it even. There we go. Got our supplier paid. Alright. Because, yeah, what we'll probably want to do is figure out where our bottlenecks in our product. Realistically, I think what's going to end up happening here is we'll end up wanting to move towards, like, higher grade, lower volume. So, I shouldn't say lower volume. Same volume, but higher grade. So let's say 20. I'm going to add 1, 2, 3. I got a reason for it. Because we are going to start messing around with other stuff. Oh, I should have grabbed more. It's fine. It's whatever. We'll keep it all coming. Okay. And everyone's in here still working. Making the money. Alright. You'll definitely need to get the an extra chemist and all that. It's one of those things that realistically I think to make this make sense, the extra chemist. Gotta get some of the other stuff going. Alright. That's one stack. Yeah, you know what? That's gonna be a steak. Oh no, it's fine. The stacks are already weird. I'm guessing we're past 4 AM, so our people have stopped working. Oh, I didn't do the intermediary. It's fine. Okay. Alright. So we got $97 for this. And now I gotta come up with the name. Making drugs and peppers? No, we're making herbs and spices. We talked about having, oh right, we're gonna make it like coffee names. We'll just do like plain old just latte. Because I want to see if we just chuck this in on the exact same mix. If that'll work fine. There's the tarragon. Start drying it. I'm not going to keep the rest going, I'm just quickly trying to get through this. You know, it's heavenly, and heavenly, and heavenly, and heavenly. Yeah, I think realistically, I'm probably going to need a second botanist to also upgrade the amount we're going through. So that's 122. Caramel latte. Pretty sure I misspelled caramel, but I'm just not gonna care. Oh, we gotta age you. This is 122 is what we got this up to. Now, catch-22 here is we're not growing any of the ingredients. I have to buy them. So there's a lot of just straight-up cash involved. A lot of them I have to buy them through the dealers and all that kind of after hours. and then the amount of time it takes to make like a half batch is like 8 in-game hours per half batch for just the first step. So I do imagine that's going to be a thing that if we go that route is going to take a lot of setup to get that going in a way that's going to be meaningful. So that one added a little bit more. So vanilla caramel latte. Okay. And toss that up there. Yeah, so I mean that's a pretty big upstep in price. That was an extra like 40 per unit. But the catch of that being is the sheer amount of extra effort we have to go through there. Apparently sold 1 unit. Oh right, because I ran up there and sold just the one myself. Just to see how it all worked. Okay, so they're all coming in there to do their jobs. We're gonna need more of everything. Gonna grab all this and get this on our people. And then we'll need to get the next thing going on. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so we branched down to new products. They do seem to be something I can make more money per sale on, which is certainly seems like it's worth it. But I actually don't know that the margin's that much better because of how many more stages are involved in what I gotta do. Oh wait, we're already fine over here. I'll have to figure that out. In the meantime, I gotta get some proper money so we can start getting it, Okay. Alright, so you just got a bunch of tarragon. So hear me out. You got new stuff here. There you go. Yeah, so it's going to take me a little bit to figure out how I want to tackle this part. Because I could just buy a bunch of extra people to deal with it. Oh, let's check your inventory and see if they can stack those better. No, they can't. It's fine. You just deal. Alright. Yeah, so what we're gonna need to do is get myself some, get myself enough that we can start dealing ourselves again to work on those friendships to get the next dealer up. Because now I should be able to clean the money fast enough to get production going solid. For the, like, meth stuff, I do think we should eventually get that going on. I mean, our coffee production. We should definitely get that going on. That's ran right past where I wanted to be. But for the time being, I want to get our stuff sorted out and producing. Probably get ourselves that van. I wish we could see the inventory space in the various vehicles. I feel like that's a really big one. Because the assumptions looking at the vehicles is that the truck would have okay storage to good storage. The muscle car would be terrible, this car would be terrible, that car would be terrible. You should have good to okay storage, and that this van would have the largest storage. But the van's also the cheapest. So... Actually, I don't think it is the cheapest. It's one of the cheapest. So it's kind of one of those things, because they don't give you enough information, you really can't make an informed decision on being like, hey, this is the thing I actually want and need. I don't think we maxed out the money we put in the ATM yet, did we? No, but we're right about to do that. Alright, lady. You know the drill. I need the peppers, I need the beans, and I need the mouthwash. And I need no lip from you. The cigarette needs a deet. Didn't they legislate that? Must show, at least the miles per gallon. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that's like, okay. That is honestly probably the one thing so far in the game that I'm like, no, really. The information you're giving me is inadequate. The other thing I want them to really fix is this section here. I would really like them to give us better organization for this section. Oh, that's cool. Our latte and all that other stuff is like absurdly addictive. Which should really surprise basically no one. All right. Okay. No, in fact, most people don't like it when they try it. Oh, pumpkin spice? It wouldn't surprise me to learn that's true. Alright, so meanwhile, you got these extra trash cans and a person to clean up on payroll. There you go. Pretty soon we're going to need to resupply that stuff too. There's a misconception that everyone instantly is hooked to crystal. Oh. You mean, yeah, the spices we're making. Yeah, no, I have no idea on that one. It's one of those things that just generally don't interest me. I'm of the mindset I really don't like feeling that my mental faculties are being messed with. So like even like drinking to the point that, you know, you're getting like properly intoxicated kind of thing, even that's not something I don't particularly enjoy. Like the moment it starts getting to the point where I don't feel like I'm fully in control, like that is definitely a deal breaker. So I've just really never had interest in any of that stuff. Like I don't judge people for it. I do think, you know, those really hard ones that I would like, if I had a buddy who was into it, I'd really be trying to personally be like, hey man, like, you know this stuff's gonna screw you up, right? But, you know, stuff like the initial product we were producing, or have been producing, not the fact that, like, other than the fact that we've laced it with everything. Ignoring the fact that we're lacing it with everything we can find. You know, people want to do that, that's whatever. Alright. Okay. So let's go here. Paragon's back in the market. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were missing it that bad. Hit that go button and everyone showed up was like, no man, I need it now. Where have you been? Man, y'all got a problem. You know this game is multiplayer too? Yep. Yep, there's plans to collab it tomorrow. Okay, so I've got 6, so yeah, we could do this one. All right. I haven't had my fix for too long. I need something right now. Okay. Dude, that wasn't even my customer. That was someone completely unrelated to it. All right. I'm just being accosted by my customers. They're like, I need more, please. Thanks, we've been okay, cool. We got our next dealer. Which means once these are done, I'm going to stop. Don't search me. All right. So we're gonna remove that from me having to deal with it. Let's get our new dealer, get them on the payroll, and get them to work. I'm hoping they give us an easier way to collect the money from them later. Gonna work for me as a distributor? Alright, I'll be a dealer. $2,000, 20% cut, deal. Bring me the product and assign me some customers. All right. Okay. Cool. So we got ourselves a new person out there getting us the money. And how's everyone doing? So let's look for... Okay. That's fine, I don't care about curfew. Because I need more money. In the bank. All right. Oh, nope, 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 not that way. Okay, so you're still going. And then the post office should be over here somewhere. It's one of these buildings. All right. Getting some supplies while I have to be walking physically through here. Oh, it's like literally right here. Okay, so we got about not quite $6,000 laundering right now. So that way we can get a bunch of money tomorrow. All right. Cool, so I still got the product moving. It's all premium stuff now. We're gonna need more seeds soon. All right. I'm glad it doesn't seem to matter that much if I do like a really awful job, you know, pouring these things. I haven't had it like fail or something like that where like you wasted your material. All right. Cool. So what we could do here is I'll go ahead and make my next thing. Did you hear about the tornado that hit the cheese factory? Debris was everywhere. It wasn't Gouda. It'll cost a lot of cheddar to get fixed. I Swiss them well. Gonna need to see you in your office after the stream. Got a couple things we need to talk about. Such as just the utter tenacity to use such puns in my presence. That's a really fun emote. I haven't seen that one before. That's spraying with a spray bottle. Excellent. Yeah, so what we'll definitely need to do is keep an eye on our dealer's supplies and top them off as needed. I've already forgotten what I was waiting on. Is there handling that? There's something I was gonna do, but I don't remember. Okay, so you're already working on it. Okay. There's a handful of containers in this back corner that are just far enough away that the janitor isn't getting them. All right. Yeah, if I got a second chemist, they could be assigned to 3 benches. We would definitely be able to assign them to work on this bench. This pair of benches here. I can also see them adding like an extra thing into the mix if we realize that that also, you know, ultimately makes the value of our goods higher. Yeah, and the chemist is doing chemist things. Man, the speed we go through our materials, there's gotta be a way to increase that. I mean, I think the answer is literally we just, oh, you know what I bet you we do? The way I bet you we handle this is we get our handling people, and we get like 3-4 shelves of a material. We fill them up, like do a run for the chili peppers, fill up those things, drop it on the shelves, and have a handler that just moves it down from one shelf to the other to the final thing. That way, there's just a giant buffer. That's all fine. Regardless, it's time for our character to go to sleep because we got no money to do anything and nothing we can really do to be productive. All right. So we got Bagman. We haven't got anything new unlocked in a while. Let's see, contacts. So that requires Enforcer 1. Block Boss and Baron. Cool. Yeah, so it looks like basically what we're dealing with right now is you're all producing as best you can. Let's see here. You're all doing your thing. We're hitting a bottleneck where this doesn't have the capacity for us. You finally brought Braid? Yeah, no, I'm familiar with Braid. Braid's a good game. I haven't played that one in ages. So dealers wise. So grab a stack. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and run out here and see if we can't catch Brad. If we can catch Brad, we're gonna give him a top off supplies wise. Yeah, it's kind of the one, like, the things I'm feeling like the game, and maybe they have it later, I feel like the things that are going to be necessary to keep this from getting a little too tedious is a way to handle the actual purchasing. Like, you know, once you've gotten late game, mid game, whatever you want to call the point we're at, once you've gotten farther along, that you can put in like buy orders or something like that, that they do just top you off kind of thing. The other thing I could definitely see, like, basically be able to either do like bulk orders, or on the other hand, if you can't do like bulk orders, just a thing that you can kind of schedule to have a delivery that says, hey, every day you get a delivery of X amount, then you can change the delivery up and down. You pay for it and all that, obviously. But, you know, you can kind of commit being like, hey, I am going to actually be using this much, so, like, go ahead and just put it in there. Alright, well, we are maxed out what we can do with that. We need to keep the supplies going. How many people do you think started rewatching Breaking Bad because of this game? Do you mean rewatching and like actually committed to it, or like I'm gonna rewatch it and got like 2-3 episodes in and then found something else to do? Because I'm willing to bet there's probably a really big number who are like, yeah, let me start the series over. They got like 2 episodes in, and then, you know, like, you know what? I've seen this before. ADHD. I won't even call it ADHD. There's a lot of times where you have nostalgia for stuff. You're like, oh yeah, I remember loving that. Let's go back and watch that. And then you start watching, like, you know what? I don't really need to see the rest of this. I already know how it ends. Alright. Oh, you know, I'm betting when we get back over there, I'm betting our procedure, like our whole process, jammed up because of the crystals. Because they can't go to a drying rack. So they're probably just sitting on that last bench, waiting to do literally anything. Alright. I look forward to being able to afford that van. Because that was specifically would make this kind of a run way less of a hassle. Because I have to take in, like, you know, these steps. I'd be able to grab the van and just max out the van in one big go. Good news for what it's worth, it doesn't seem like it's gummed up this part too bad. Oh no, it still seems to be going. Oh, did it just proceed just fine? Oh, weirdly they put them over on this shelf. Oh, right. That actually works out, because I had them put them on that shelf. Right. I had him put him on that shelf as the buffer for all this. So that actually did work in this case. Alright, well, he's packing that, so let's go ahead and get this sorted out. Oh, I actually don't have supplies for another dose, that's fine. I wonder if it tells me, like, the base prices. Yeah, so it's 70 to start, and we got up to 143. And each step seemed to add about 20-ish bucks to the process. Oh man, are you like literally the whole process is gummed up? Oh, that's because you're dealing with baggies. You know what, that's fine. Yeah, when you're doing baggies there, it goes real slowly. The good news is I don't think there's much reason for me to use the baggies. I'll leave that on the shelf right now. I'll leave that there for right now. You've got 4 minutes. We can grab more supplies. I wonder if there's a way to, well, I mean, we got our dealer, and that should be increasing the amount we make per day, give or take, by about a third. Well, actually by about 50%, because it would be, we have the 100% from our 2 dealers, and then 1 more dealer would be half as much more, assuming an equal distribution, which isn't a safe assumption. Alright. Yeah, honestly, the speed they're going through these supplies, very genuinely the speed they're going through these supplies, if I fill up a whole van with this at the beginning every day, I think I would still need to stop and do our things. I'm also wondering if we're going to reach the point that I'm just making so much tarragon that I'm better served, like, basically have a ton of tarragon get produced and find some other good with other supplies to throw in here that I could just literally swap this out with something else. And it'll just be good. Okay, so you still got 3 minutes left. That's a little bit of a problem having such an odd number out, but that's okay. Yeah, I mean, they're keeping all but, like, they're not fully filling the drying racks, but they are keeping, like, 3 of them up and running at all times. Just barely getting any on the 4th. Okay, so you're out of seeds. So we're gonna have to deal with that next in-game day or so. How are the dealers doing? You got 2,000 bucks in you and plenty of supply. You're not moving nearly as much as the others. I'm gonna need you to step up your game, Brad. I know you're new on the block and all that, but come on, my friend. We're operating a business here. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll empty this out. We'll do the rounds to hit up the dealers to get the money. We'll drop it off at the laundromat and all that. Because that $6,000-ish should be coming in relatively soon. I believe. Which will be good. And we're gonna have to figure out what we can do to increase our revenue more. I do imagine we could start getting the supplies for this coming in as well, but I don't think that makes sense until we get another person working here to run this, another chemist, because our current chemist is maxed out what he's allowed to do. Also, that shelf and that shelf are completely unneeded. Oh, these are little shelves? Alright, those are little shelves. Let's get rid of those. Because of this, I can go from here that your destination is there. Alright. And introduce those to the shelf. We can go over here. When there's a gap there, we can toss some of this on there. It's fine. For right now, I'm going to leave it there. And then we get all of it there. Alright, so. Grab the supplies. I think we're going to Brad again as our first stop. I don't care. I've gotten to the point that, like, the police have been pretty easy to maneuver. So far, I think I've only lost, like, what was it, 20 bucks or whatever, they caught me with, like, no money on me or something like that. Alright, so Brad is right on that main street. That's one of the ones that the cops tend to be on a lot, unfortunately. Just right by their police department. You need to step up your game, Brad. We don't like slackers. All right. Okay, so we're gonna get a pretty good chunk of cash. There's the post office bringing me my 3,500. Cool. So we got 7,000 on us. We can drop 6,000 into our Oh wait. Be cool. Alright. So I was going to say, you want to drop the 6,000 off, and I can take the 1,000, we can start chucking whatever's left for our employees, just split up between them. Try to keep them working. They've got you. And I'll need to drop this over here, a little under 4,000 more. And pretty soon we'll be to car territory. And meanwhile, I can run over here real quick. Yeah, so that makes 40 doses. And if we go and buy 10 jars, that's literally enough to cover, like, those 10 jars is enough to cover almost, I think, all of that in a bit. Because it'd be 5 doses per jar, we got 40 doses. 10 jars is 50 doses, and we're making 40 doses. Now, can you remember this is way down here? Alright. It's really good to see most of my employees are working on stuff. Okay, so you're doing that. Alright. We can do another run real quick. And that should top off those shells for the time being. Yeah, because right now, I think what I need to be working on now is I need to increase the value of our supply. Like the individual items. And the reason I think I need to be moving that route is I dump like over 100 units of product onto my dealers, and it takes them a good couple days to work through it. And so that whole time I could be doing something to make more money out of that. They're effectively a bottleneck right now. That each day they make me around 2,000 bucks, give or take. And that's proving to be a bit of a hard limit at the moment. Now, granted, if I go and I take some of these loose ones and get them set up and stuff, that should also give me goodies. There's so much product laying around here now. Alright. Please, get out of my face. There you go. Alright. Already down to enough I could do another run. Okay. Because I'm thinking if I stock this up, like really stock this up today, like top it off, kind of stock it up, I am hoping that I could just not worry about it at all tomorrow and work on other things, which I've yet to figure out exactly what those other things I want to do are. Because we definitely have gotten ourselves kind of in a stagnating point of I'm on the cycle, we're making money, we are unlocking things, but we're not trying any new blends, we're not advancing a lot of other stuff. We're just kind of going through the motions at the moment. And we gotta get that sorted. And I do think getting the van will help that. Because with the van, then all these trips where I run back and forth like 3, 4, 5 times in a day to keep the supplies rolling in becomes one trip. Also added bonus. The shelves are pretty much fully stocked now. And I still have money left over. We got all our drying racks doing their stuff. Those have all been processing. We got 40 units of our crystals. Alright, so I'm short on money to pay all my employees tomorrow. We have to consolidate some stuff, and we're gonna have to take a bunch of that money and just get it to where it's needed. Okay, so you already took your 200. So you're solid. All right. So it should have everyone paid up for the day. They've got all their supplies. The botanist is doing all their stuff. Oh, wait. Let's grab the product. Alright. So we could check with our dealers. So... Molly is in the most need for resupply. So go run over to Molly. Get her squared away. And then we gotta figure out... I think we need to spend our money on the van to spare me the trips. It doesn't look like there's gas or anything in this... Well, I mean, there might be gas. I can't say there's not. There are gas stations. I don't think there'll be gas to deal with. But... I don't know for a fact one way or the other. Let's drop this off with Brad real fast. Brad's usually in there. Alright, Brad's working their way this way. There you go. Gonna go pop by Benji and top off. Wait, I didn't need to take it, Brad. I need to take it to Molly, right? Wait, what? We don't really need to take it to... It's fine. Both of them have plenty of good. The next supply drop needs to go to Molly. So Molly's at home and Benji's over this way. Oh. Okay, so you can get skateboards and all that. That's neat. I'll probably just go right for a car. One of the curiosities is later on when we hit curfew and I'm driving around in the car, is the cops just seeing the car at all? Enough of an issue, or is it one I don't have to sweat it nearly as much? Alright, so we got the 1800 from them. We will get about 6,000 in our bank a little bit later in the day. The ATM we're fully stocked up on, and it's only Thursday. I don't have new contacts I can pursue. So we're kind of just stuck with that. What we're kind of hoping... Skateboard might be more stealth at night. Will be more stealth than a car, certainly, I would assume. Versus you running around. I feel like the fact that you can stop and turn real fast and go the other way, I would assume would be better for stealth. Oh, right. Hey, message. I need to meet. On a construction site. It's here all the way on the west. I forgot, we need to restock the seeds for our botanist. Like, we're good now, but that's gonna be a whole thing. So go ahead and run over here, get our goodies from the botanist. And try and get all that set up, which will all be plenty of fun and good. All right. Hold, please. Just gonna run over here real fast and take some money out of the old ATM. All right. Ooh, I do not want to take money out of the ATM. Yeah, we're just gonna get 40 instead of 50. That's fine. There we go. And the reason I didn't want to take money out of the ATM is we have to wait for the bottleneck for how long it is to clear, making our money clean. To then turn around and take it back out of the ATM is just really the wrong direction, because that means we paid all the time for it to get cleaned just to unclean it. All right. So yeah, so it's looking like we need to gain a couple of ranks. The other thing I was noticing is I believe the next bigger location, the warehouse, I believe that's 50,000, which is currently the largest location in the game. Right now, we're definitely nowhere near utilizing the barn to its full potential in any semblance of that. But that'll be a whole thing to figure out, is going, okay, but how much can we scale it? I'm not paying y'all to slack around. Get back to work. I want your excuses, but we don't have supplies. Me. I demand you figure it out. Be go-getters. Get out and go grab the supplies yourself. Yeah, stuff's aging just fine. Alright. Did you just start today? No, it's been, like 2 streams before this one. Alright, so we're good on soil. We're good on seeds for a while. We're good on the mixers. I don't really have much we need to add right there. Dealers-wise, none of them are particularly wealthy with material. Like, none of them are short on product, nor do they have a ton of money. So what I think we'll ultimately aim to do is you are going to need to bring in more money. Like, that's just the thing that's going to need to happen. Oh man, I keep forgetting we don't actually have that much cash here, and that's going to be a problem for us. Let's grab 500 from you. Grab 500 from you. $250 from you. That means at least they're all paid through tomorrow. Like, tomorrow they'll still work. There we go. Starting to get some product set up. All right. But yeah, so we're gonna end up needing to get these baggied into individual baggies if I'm going to contribute as well, because we definitely get a decent chunk more money when I'm involved in the process as well doing it, because it's effectively getting an additional dealer. But I need singles to do that. Which I've got them there, but that's fine. Meanwhile, like, literally everyone's standing around. And the reason they're standing around is they're waiting on all this. Alright, for... Yeah, you do have all it waiting. Okay. So I probably need to do is I'm gonna need to get a second botanist. If I'm gonna do it this way. Because this is fine that this is all taking its time to process. But now we're not getting the crops because these ones are sitting in the back, not getting watered, all that. Luckily they don't seem to die, they just halt progression. But we're now waiting on that. Let's go ahead and get... Yeah, let's just flip you over right now. I can handle the drying racks for a hot minute. Oh, it's gonna go one at a time. Love it. Okay, so I've got that all set up. Have I played around with that? Not too much. I've got a little bit I've made, but we haven't done a lot with it. Basically, we're trying to get this process all automated as best we can. And dealing with it when it's through. Alright, so you can just deal with all that for right now. That'll let the chemist get back to work. You wouldn't happen to have... Making a quick change here. We can change it from feeding that directly to having a buffer shelf. I've got a spare slot. There. So that way the botanist could toss all the stuff on the shelf, and that could buffer, so this should keep running more reliably. Grab you. Grab you. Get you drying. And get you drying. Alright. Ten in-game hours, 2 in-game hours. 2 in-game hours. Okay, so none of those are gonna be done anytime soon. That's fine, because we're also finding the aging is not... Sorry, the drying is not as super important for us. Yeah, so you're getting the supplies made. There's the 6,000 from all that. I do have another large amount of goods ready. Okay. So Molly needs a resupply. We've got about $6,000 between all of them. Let's go ahead and shift this over. That way if we get searched, we got plenty of time to pocket it. Or to palm it or whatever. Strider. Okay. Okay, so you're back at your place, so we can go and run over here. Because we do not care at all about curfew. I remember early on was like try and hide from the stuff with curfew. Alright. So you're over this way. Are you just reading off puns right now, Strider? Is it one of those nights? Saying Grandma has the heart of a lion, and a lifetime ban for the zoo. Yup. Alright. Oh, wait. Be cool. Alright. So, Molly's back here. Molly's the one who needs the top off. There you go. Now that, we have just about enough to drop off in the laundromat as well as the post office. And then with that in the bank, I believe tomorrow, once it clears, I would be able to buy the car. Yeah, because we got a little while longer till the ATMs have to wait on cooldowns or whatever. Alright. Drop all that off. And just utterly not caring about curfew whatsoever. That'll be the big thing of what'll need to end up doing is when we get the next zone is I'm gonna have to get a bunch of individual baggies. Because you're 9,000, right? Yeah. Cool. And we got all that. And in just a minute, I'm going to step away to use the restroom, so I'll go on a break here in just a minute. Just want to go ahead and get ourselves back home, because then we can just let it run for a minute in the background so that the people can, you know, grow the plants, do all that stuff. Why am I not moving forward? There we go. How are we doing? Okay, so we'll only use 2 stacks of those. We can grab you, try you, move you over. Right. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. So we have, the person over there. Still dealing with all this. That's fine. We'll let him keep working on that. Because the botanist empties these out. But my botanist is busy with all those. Slowly getting a little bit of a buffer here to keep the chemist able to keep working there. Because that's what you want to see, is all three of these machines going at the same time. That means they're producing quick. But it would need a second botanist, mostly just to deal with the racks and all that. Realistically, we would probably want to split, like, one botanist does 4 and 2 racks, the other botanist does 4 and, like, 2-3 racks. And all that. There you go. In the meantime, chat, I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm gonna go do that. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a few minutes, so thank you again. Oh, we're probably dead here. That's it. Alright, so it is 5 below now. And then continuing to go down. It should be flipping at some point, because it's 210.8 was the flip point. Oh, there we go. Steam is down to 5 kilograms. It's cooling down much more rapidly now. It's actually fluctuating wildly. The fanfare. The fanfare for sploosh. 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 And since there's 2 sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, and was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. Alright. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. Did I mention the game is jank as we just punted you into the sky? Doing a shoey? No. Alright, here's the deal. If it is relevant and I am in a situation where me and Drongo are both present, and Drongo is willing to do a shoey, and it's something like a milestone for charity, I will be willing to do it only under circumstances that Drongo is with me at the time it is occurring, and it is for something of meaning. Again, like, you know, we've hit some major milestone for charity, raised a bunch of money, or something. Like, I won't just, even if, like, me and Drongo are hanging out, Drongo was like, I want you to do a shoey with me. It's probably not gonna happen. Drinking something from a shoe is just really not something I'm excited about the idea. BP cables are everywhere.
so sorry, I have to leave. I'm sorry.
Well, that's all right, and we are back. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our character to sleep. We have enough money on our employees to have them still work for us tomorrow. Our dealers are making us about $8,000 a day, which is pretty good. But I need more. I need more, chat. I want money. I want money. All right. All right, so we can grab all that. Please, let me out. There we go. We're gonna let him do his thing. Yes, I'm basically managing the drying racks myself now. Which isn't that big a deal with how long they take. It's just not the bottleneck here. So that's fine. You take so long to do that. But that'll let us get some more product. Pretty soon we should be down to the baggies, and that'll be good news. Can I move those up to get those prioritized or something? Oh, stop shoving me around. I don't like it. Alright, so our dealer's a little bit short. So you got 104. Okay, so all of them have over 100. So honestly, I'm just going to... Oh, I'll bring it with us. Do any of the dealers have any decent amount of money? No, not really. Not at all. So we're just not going to worry about that right now. So I am at a loss of what I should be working on right now. I could do one run for mixers. Because that'll top off those. That's one thing I can work on. But I'm going to need them to start getting other stuff going. Because now I'm no longer having the problem where I can't clean the money fast enough. We're doing perfectly fine on cleaning the money. I'm just kind of stuck waiting on... like getting the next... Well, look. I need you back in your office. I'd like to repaint your vehicle, free sample. I need the employee to come back. It's supposed to make a really quick supply run. Let's see. They're all doing their stuff. Yeah, that's the plan. I need 9,000. We're just waiting for the stuff to clear the, Ah, good. You began suddenly existing here. I won't question it. It's probably fine. Alright, so what we're going to need to do is we are going to need to be moving up to other goods. For that I need a lot of cash that's not earmarked for kind of other things. My assumption is the van's got the highest capacity of all the vehicles so far as moving goods. So I suspect we'll be using that for pretty much all the stuff here. Oh, good. You're actually making some individual baggies. And apparently I can make another supply run in how long that took. Alright. Part of me wants to be able to, like, fully automate that whole process. So I have no chores to deal with it. So I can kind of just screw around on the bench and be like, what happens if I combine this and that? Because, like, one thing I probably should be messing with is we did unlock a bunch of stuff down here. It would not surprise me to find out that some of that stuff's pretty good for a lot of things. But right now, we're just turning out product. So I can probably do... Because I'm also wondering if I just hand it over to the chemists, I'm going to guess they're going to name it, and I won't get a say in it because they'll just take it through and bag it, and it'll be done. But I'm wondering if I start going in here and putting a bunch of these. Alright, so we got that. Dry you. We got that. Dry you. I can run over here. Dry you. And everyone else is good. Get out of my face. I'm working here. Alright, dealers, how you doing? Still at over 100. Just in case of trouble, let's separate them out a little. Alright, so I'm back to dealing myself. See if we can't bring in some more cash. Yep, we can do that. Yep, we can do that. Alright. He's like, no, I'm working. He's like, look, man, it's the only job I've got. Don't push me out. Don't take this from me. All right. So you want 4. Just keep running around, taking care of business. Get over here. Time is money, and you're wasting time. All right. Cool. So we're doing all that. Let's go check on some of our dealers since I'm in the neighborhood. Just about ran up, was like, hey, are you my dealer? Just run up to the cops like, hey man, you been pushing those drugs for me? Really glad to have you on the team, selling things. Alright. I mean, it's not like it hasn't happened. Oh, I'm sure. Alright, so we're getting this money in here. So, what I can probably do is I can go here, contacts, Shirley. Yep. I'd like to order dead drop. Try and keep that moving for right now. You probably have a bunch of time left in yours. Yeah, 4 minutes. Hey, just looking for you. Alright. So, the big question is, do I hire another chemist? I think the answer is going to be yes. Doing good work there, Molly. So I think we hire a chemist, get a bed, and some extra equipment. Alright, so let's see here. So I'm gonna need 6 of you. 6 of you. Interestingly enough, for a mixer, I can get gasoline here. Okay, so we're gonna have access to that soon. I'm gonna go ahead and pick up my own mixing station and my own packing station that I can do separate from everyone else's stuff. Chemist, the barn. All right, so I need to get money from one of my dealers. My dealer should have the money. The cops literally blocking the door open. I'll go the other way. All right. They've got my drop over here. That's perfect. I was looking for someone who needed to complete a deal right now. 2 work for you? Heck yeah, that's perfect. That is enough for me to run over here and be like, yo, I'd like to purchase something. Give me a bed. Okay. Salaries are gonna be light tomorrow. Just gonna have to deal with that. Wanna hire an employee, chemist, barn, deal. So I've got enough money. Northern waterfront? Oh, you're the other direction. So I actually have enough... No, 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 no. Let's not get arrested with all this stuff on me, please. So I actually have enough stuff here that we should be in good shape. Is that Benji running around? No, that's not Benji. Okay, so you're not here yet. Alright, because with that, I'll need a little bit of extra money to pay our workers. Pigs in what you got there. Yeah. No, it's, the botanist was another one to consider. I can handle the botanist job for right now. What I'd like to do is branch out into another product line. And that might ultimately start replacing a lot of what we're already producing. But work out from there. Alright, so got you sorted. So Benji is at home. Let's do a quick lap and try and pick up money off her dealers. Yeah, so Molly's heading back to her place. What did your Walter White look like? There you go. Sorry, I didn't keep it on. I think that's a police car coming up behind me. Yup. Yup. So much. That's the other reason I want to get switching our product. Is I'm finding I actually have a completely obnoxious amount of product because I'm just making one thing right now. And so I'm thinking what I'm going to do is branch out to get ourselves a second product line. I'm going to need to do some experimentation. That's actually the reason I got the extra bench and all that. Is I want to be able to try experimenting with a couple different things, see what I can do to find a good profitable thing. And that the idea is I want to use our existing infrastructure, those 3 tables that feed into each other, except, you know, be able to figure out a good combination, get the goods we've got. All right, where am I at? Where am I? Oh, I completely missed him. It's fine, we're not backtracking. Okay. It's the right direction, right? Yeah. Let me hook a left and that should take me towards where I want to go. Oh, well... Can't see a thing to do anything. Alright, yeah, this will take us back. Okay, cool. But yeah, so right now we're just making the one product, so my hope is we'll effectively be able to like flip back and forth in the short term. Now we've got a product we know does good on the first side. Get that all squared away. So for right now, drop all of you here. Cool. So I've got you set up. Oh, I haven't put the bed in yet. Let's get the bed set up. Good enough for me. So you assign them the bed. Now we can get them to work on these two things back here. So that's your bed. Your machine there. Your machine here. Alright, is there one of our people we can switch them around? Right now, let's take you off that last drying rack. We're going to shut down the... well, not shut it down. You're going to grab from that. You can put there. And then destination-wise... it's gonna be over here. That's gonna be a tricky one to make play nice with the other stuff. We might end up having to do some silliness with that. See if we can't fix this in the meantime. Alright. Okay, so got all those working here. That'll be fine. They're all aging. We've got all the raw product there. You would need more seeds, which is fine. I don't think there is one. I've just got it already set up, so I'm just going to leave it set up. Because it doesn't really hurt my process that much. And for right now, that's my little side project. Then what I could do here is, as we get the stuff from this, where did I tell you to put that? Oh no, don't send that to the packing station. That is what we would call a mistake. Right now, set that to go there. That'll be a buffer. Alright, so we should have everyone all squared away here. Make sure everyone has enough for tomorrow. There, that'll do. Okay. So apparently when we hit Bagman 5, I'll be able to make bricks. Which will be interesting. So if everything's set up correctly, our people should haul the stuff back there. I need to go over here. Check for any of these that had finished last night. Cool. Dry it. Cool. Dry it. Yeah, 2. We can do 2. Alright, so I'm gonna run out here. We're gonna do the deal. On the way back, let's grab the car, and let's grab a bunch of little plastic baggies. And then I can use my own little packaging station off to the side that I can grab some of the stuff being made. And we can grab that stuff being made for purposes of, you know, making my own little baggies for when I go to interact with the customers. Cool. Let's go over here and buy our van. We got the 10,000. I'd like to purchase a vehicle. The Viper. Yes. All right. And now I get to watch everything be all sorts of janky. I wonder if the police will search your vehicle. Yeah, that's what I want to see for an inventory. I will take 80. All right. You gonna... There you are, Joyce. About to say, you get your butt over here. We got business to do. Oh, I can do it directly from the van. I don't actually have to carry the stuff on me. Okay, that's even better. I still have a bad feeling they could search the van, and that that'll be a problem for us. But, that's good information. You want to... Oh, the van's too far away. Alright, so the van's got a distance to it. It's not super long. Okay, so we can take our ride back home. And drop all this off. Yeah, so no more running around. It's a shame that this works so badly. That, where you got, like, it's kind of doing that really heavy stutter as we're driving around. It's just the way the physics are in the game. We noticed it when we first played it as well. So hopefully they manage to get that smoothed out. Alright, so we got a minute here. Oh, we can grab you, start those drying. That's full. That's full. Grab you, start those drying. Grab you, start those drying. I will drop one stack here for you to deal with. I'm gonna run over here real fast and drop you there and you there. We can go here for right now and toss the other bags there. Okay. Let's check. Are these running back here? Yeah, so we do have the person working on them. They're just not fast. That's okay. In the meantime... yep. Afternoon. Yep. Afternoon. It doesn't appear there's a, Yeah, so you can move the camera just glance, but the moment you let go, it snaps back. So hopefully they do a little bit with the vehicles. I don't need to have, like, amazing vehicle physics or anything like that. But this stuttering definitely feels like something I am tolerating because I want to use the vehicle for its storage. But very genuinely, it's not a great play experience. All right. Okay. Alright, so let's check on our dealer stuff. Molly and Ben, you're gonna need top off soon. Let's go ahead and unlist this real quick. Park that for a moment. Alright, Benji, buddy. There you go. Got 50, no, sorry, 25 samples. Where's Molly? Okay, so Molly and Brad are passing each other over here. Okay. That's probably good. All right. Yeah, the vehicles need some work. The vehicles need a whole lot of work. They're useful. I still think it's worth keeping them. But yeah, this is definitely not the strong part of the game. I wonder why it is so like jarring. So one thing I'm gonna want to do is I am going to want to, do I have headlights on this thing? Yeah, H. Is I'm gonna want to see if when curfew comes up, if they just see the van, if that's bad enough that they aggro us. Or is it when they see us not in the van that's a problem? Because I can see... Oh, you... already basically cleaned this place out for everything it needed. You got both those running. Right. Okay. So we need to do a supply run. For everything. So my hope is I can pull this up close and I can buy stuff directly into the van. I cannot. That's fine. So 40, 40, 40, 20. Made this much harder on myself than it needed to be. Okay. 40, 40, 40, 20. Okay. And now stuff for our science. 20. 20. 20. 10. 10. 10. All right. And I'll get that stretch here in a minute and all that good stuff. Okay, so first, jars. Second, over here. That's gonna be for our messing around with this stuff. And now I can go over here and get these kicked up again. Okay. There's the jars. Alright, so we can kick that process up again. That'll be good. Because it's bad that I stepped away and let that whole thing go to crap. Yeah, and that's fine for dealing. Gonna need to put like another trash can here somewhere. Just because our trash pickup person, it's ever so slightly out of their range. Okay, we're getting there with all this. You're doing your thing up here. I'll take the last bit of the cash I've got on me. Just gonna grab one of these and just chuck it in. So you'll be paid. You're good. You need a little bit more. You need more. And you're good. Let's go ahead and take $100 off you. Chuck it in there so you're settled. $100 off you. Okay, so everyone's got enough money to be paid through tomorrow. I can stretch real fast. Doesn't know why your title says automating or herbs instead of automating our herbs. Thank you. All right. Yeah, so we got our chemist doing all that. Cool, so we're getting more of that produced. Nice setup. Thank you. Yeah, it definitely has some problems, like, I am gonna need another handler if I want to keep doing the drying racks. We said the drying racks, we don't really need those right now. Because, like, looking at the standards for downtown are moderate. So I don't really need to be going that high. You know, the standards for uptown are high. But I'm just like, yeah, hell with it, I've already got set up. It's fine. I just pop in here like once a day. That's where they had some there. Like once a day just to grab whatever's sitting down there and start the next drying process. Yeah, the speed at which they can go through that when they're actually working on it is pretty impressive. Alright, let's go ahead and go to sleep. They can work on that in the morning. But I have noticed where leading up to this, we were getting stuff like every single level. It was like, oh, you got these no items and these no items. We've definitely hit a lull that there is new stuff coming, but I have to like rank up a full 5 times to get anything new versus not needing to do that much before. Got one more container of that. Yeah, so probably do... You can't wait for the fungi update and soy sauce? Oh, I haven't looked up at all what the updates are, so I actually don't know. What I'll probably want to do is get a botanist. And I'll want that botanist just for managing this part here. Just basically offload this responsibility. What are you doing right now? You're not assigned to that. Oh, I see there's 2 shelves. Top shelf is... it's done. Bottom shelf is it's not. Like the next coming update is shrooms and LSD, more combination. Intensive raids, a tracker for your charges. So more charges you acquire, more likely are to be raided. In Cartel Wars. Ah! So, a massive update. I understand. I'll just take these 3 over to my bench. Grab you. So we've got the 20. So let's do some science. We're going to chuck those in there. And if we grab the horse stuff, we'll let that churn. You working on the driving? In what sense? Am I doing on individuals? Yeah, so we can go ahead and check our dealers, make sure everyone's stocked. Yeah, everyone's fine. Benji could use a little bit more, but that's okay. And what we'll do is once I'm done combining these 3s. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it sounds like they're gonna do a lot of fun stuff. I do hope in all that, I do hope they add, and they may have stuff, some ways to automate to a certain extent the buy orders and the making stuff go into your warehouse. Alright. So, that'll be cappuccino. I have no idea how you spell it. I'm gonna misspell it. It's fine. Cappuccino. That's certainly not right. It's fine. We're gonna grab that. We're gonna chuck it back here. We're gonna grab the Addy. So that's gonna change what it's doing. Hey, Bentley. Yeah, there's no queue. You're not... What I don't understand is you're not assigned to this anymore. I assigned you to all those over there. So I'm not exactly sure why you're working. I'm not complaining. Let's see, when they add a new town, they will add a semi-truck too. Yeah, and I'm talking about for like the day-to-day operations kind of thing. That it's just kind of one of those things that when you're playing... Oh. When you're playing, you do run to the awkward situation of just being like, okay, I don't want to have to keep buying the same good and hauling it one by one myself. Okay, so that definitely improved it. Alright, so this will be a double cappuccino. You're gonna write roll, but muscle memory wanted to write join. Oh, gotcha. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and put the Tarragon back onto the market. What I'm trying to do is experiment here to find out good combinations, because I would like to get this stuff where I've got a pretty good combination money-wise for 3 ingredients that I can just do the Tarragon for a while, and when that's starting to get to the point where we don't need more, I can swap over this. So use the same 3 chemist bench, but just swap which is being produced at any given time. I've also debated just taking the strategy of YOLO and just chucking random things on the, this one's better than the other one. So... Triple cappuccino. And honestly, that's not too shabby. So let me go over here. Alright, it's time to get out there and make the money. Okay, so, yep, afternoon. Yep, afternoon. And I'll want to drop some of the stuff off with the dealers. Okay, so you want 4. All right. Yes, you're next to the barbershop, which is right here. Okay, so pop in here. Hey, Brad. Buddy, new product, fresh off the presses. You get to be the first one to deal with it. Oh, wait, never mind. I'll have to come back to you, Brad. Alright, sorry, man. Okay. So I had a checkpoint over there, and I'm assuming they search your car if you go to the checkpoint. It only makes sense that they would do that. Oh, right, that's right there. I believe one was a normal quality and one was a higher quality. Hey. New product. Alright, so where is Molly going? So Molly's going home. Alright, we're laundering our money, which is good. You could use a top off. So unlist that for ourselves. There you go. So check, my pockets are clean. Trunk is clean. Alright, let's see if we can go through there. Have I overdosed a customer yet? No, also, try not to spoil any of that. I've deliberately kept myself kind of in the dark on a lot of stuff. So we have, they really took a step back with the GTA graphics. Oh no, they actually took performance very, very seriously. So instead of running like an absolute potato, you know, like everyone else is like ray tracing. And then, you know, even with modern equipment, you get 30 frames a second when you're staring directly at the floor and nothing else is in the visual frame. Instead, they're like, forget that. Let's make it nice and clean. Because low-key, I actually don't give a crap about high-end graphics. I've found a lot of times when stuff is like ray tracing and all that, it ends up being not really my cup of tea. Like, when we did Inzoid, one of the first things I did is I turned off the ray tracing. I'd rather have a really good frame rate than that ever so teeny tiny itty bitty fidelity improvement. You're watching stream while playing CDDA. Really? Someone actually playing CDDA? Like, it's a perfectly good game. I don't mean that in a negative way. Just, you know, not many people play CDDA. It scratched a particular itch. Hey, don't let me yuck your yum. Like, it's got a lot of cool things going for it. I had to find out. I figured we could hit them with the car because it's exactly the kind of game that they would let you do that. But at the same time, you know, I hadn't done it. So 40. 40. I didn't think that through. 40. Forty, 40, 40. Uh, 40, 40, 40. Okay, the rest goes on me. 20, 20, 20. So that'd be 4 tiles and 20, 20. Cool. So we've fully loaded ourselves. All right. Okay, so this is the stuff for science. You go over here. All right. Yeah, I'd say that's my only complaint I'd have is I'm at the point where it'd be really nice to have some way to improve the efficiency of delivering stuff. You can call in the delivery, but they take 6 in-game hours, so it's a bit over 6 minutes to deliver, and you have to manually empty them. I do think it would be fair to be able to hire some employees to manage some of that. All right, grab all of this. Oh yeah, but we produced a lot. I'm gonna have to get them working on our thing soon. How much longer till your next batch is done? Oh, you're literally dealing with it right now. Perfect. Yeah, there's a load and unload here. But, I mean, let's, yeah, like, you can get the delivery there. Maybe I didn't see where I could assign it, because the game actually kind of doesn't do a very good job of showing you what you can and can't do with a lot of stuff. Alright. So time for some new science. Let's just start combining all this stuff and making good and absolutely reasonable decisions. Alright. We can go ahead and grab our little baggies. Because it'd be good to see how far I can take this. Yeah, maybe I'm missing. There's like, I can assign them to go from there to assign it. The thing is, I wouldn't know how to set it up to filter things. That's kind of the real big question mark in that one. All right. Just assuming. Yeah, no, I didn't see... I know I looked earlier, I didn't see a way to assign it. Alright, toxic. Okay, so market value 70. Not great. So if it's toxic, that's clearly going to be pumpkin spice. Alright. Oh, you're out of seeds? That's fine. So you'll still harvest those. Then we can probably get you switched over to handle with the drying racks. Alright, so we'll start the next part of the process and see what we can't figure out. Because the thing is, with each level we do with the mixing and all that, that is more overhead, because for every 3 of them, that's going to be a chemist just for that purpose. So it's got to be enough of an increase in price to justify paying someone $300 a day. Slippery and toxic. Vanilla pumpkin spice. Okay, and they'll all be done for the night. So roughly another 10,000 bucks. All right. Vanilla, caramel, pumpkin spice. Okay, it's gonna swap out one of them. Operations has grown? Yep. Okay, so trying to not hire another person on... Oh, yeah. So, like, I've got tons of the stuff being made. The thing is, my dealers can't move it fast enough. So we're definitely going to need to get the product swapped over. Let's see, to load and unload deliveries, you use your phone and it goes to the parking spot designated, but the van can be overfilled and you lose extra items, so only order 18 stacks. Yeah, so, like I said, they bring it here. I put in orders. They bring it here. But I, as the player, must empty it out and move it in. That's pretty much where I'm getting at with this. It's kind of like Supermarket Simulator, if you've ever played that. There's a lot of cool stuff it does, but you do run into the problem where it's like the ordering of stuff you have to do manually like all the time, and there's really no automation around that at any point. That becomes a thing. Alright. So, double shot... vanilla, caramel, pumpkin, spice. I certainly won't regret making its name that long. Okay, either way, it's gonna jumble up a few things. It's gonna remove the toxic and add something new. But yeah, so it's one of those things that's gonna be the late game bottleneck. Do you think they changed it with Supermarket Together at least? That there was some automated loading and unloading? So, well, the Supermarket Simulator did the same thing where your warehouse people could unload or like could bring the boxes into your warehouse and do all that. That part's fine. My comment is more along the lines... Alright, so you're gonna need more supplies. My comment is more along the lines of you still had to do the orders manually every single time. One game that I believe does a good job of it, there's a game called Big Ambitions, where the idea is you don't just run one store. You run like you're a serial entrepreneur who like runs literally dozens of stores at a time, that you can effectively fully automate out the stores. And I'm not saying we need to go that whole route, but the way they do is you have kind of your admin building, whatever. Double shot mocha vanilla caramel pumpkin spice. Now get rid of thought-provoking and add yet another thing on there. So basically we're over mixing the crap out of this, just to kind of get an idea of what stuff seems to be doing what. But yeah, so that's one of those things that it would be nice to be able to have, like, I hire a person and they're my purchasing person, or my delivery driver, whatever they are. They could be whatever. And that I could say, hey, every single day, I want you to bring me 50 of that, 50 of that, 50 of that. And so the idea is they mostly keep things running. If you have them get you a little bit more than what you need, eventually it backs up and you got to deal with it. If you get a little bit less than what you necessarily need, it means every 4, 5, 6 days you gotta grab one extra delivery to offset what it was short. But that's a good way that still doesn't fully automate the process. And you could do it where it's like slightly short, and you just accept that you're not running at maximum efficiency, and that's fine. But I think that'd be a pretty good way of handling it. All right, and double shot chai mocha vanilla caramel pumpkin spice. How long do you can let me make that name? You really shouldn't let me make that name that long. Alright, realistically, I'm not making that complicated of a recipe. It did bump it up to almost 200 a unit, but the problem with doing that is in the production of that I would need, let's see, there was 6 stages on the chemistry set, so that'd be 2 chemists a day just for processing that part. That's fine. Yeah, and you're good there. You're still they'll add the ability to unload the handler. Yeah, I mean that's a big part of it. Like I said, for me it's the ordering as well. I would love to be able to alleviate some of that. All right, so looking at our dealers, Benji could use a bump in supplies. All right. Okay. Oh. Alright, so Benji's way up by the docks. It's something to make it a lot easier to assign mixing and restocking shells. Like, assign a dude to the mixer. Yeah, no, it's definitely... Like, what they've got works, but it's very... It's not very intuitive. It takes a lot of, like, fumbling around to be like, oh, I understand how this is working now. But it's definitely one I could use some cleanup. Alright. So you don't have the inventory space for more. You know, I did take the mic because I got 3,000 on me. We're gonna need to expand the production. Just other products. I have given you way too much. Alright, hang on, Molly. That's... You got way too much inventory on you. That's already 200 units on you. Let's take that back for a moment. I'm down for you to have some supplies, but that's just not reasonable. Okay, where's Brad? Alright, Brad's over there back home. Let's just drop the last of the inventory on Brad. And honestly, I need to stop production for a little bit. My dealers are swamped. And instead of focusing as much on that, all right. Oh, right. So, contacts. Sorry. Messages. Shirley. Yep. I'd like to order a drop. Alright, so you're letting me move up to 7 units. All right. Oh, mods? Yeah, I won't end up doing any mods. I do think it would be good to have, like, you know, a middle management, like, distributor kind of person who runs interference between you and your dealers later on. I think that could actually be a pretty good mechanic. So that gives me what I need for that. I don't really need to grow anything faster. So how much how much was I buying a unit? Let's try and figure out how much. Okay. So that's $80 to make 10. So it's 8 per unit just to be made with the initial stuff there. And meanwhile, I can go over here and hit your drop. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I agree it's early access and they're working on it. That's just what I'm saying. For me, the pain point really feels like it's going to end up being the ordering and all that. And that's just, it's the same thing that kind of got me in Supermarket Simulator. That I had lots of fun with it. But it was just an unfortunate reality that as you played, it just gradually became more and more and more kind of just order thing, drag crap into your warehouse, order thing, drag crap into your warehouse, order thing, drag crap into your warehouse. And you kind of couldn't escape it. And I understand they made it so that the people who haul stuff in now bring it into the warehouse, but last I looked at, which has been admittedly a while, it was basically you spent the whole time handling orders and the supermarket is being run by your employees. Which is fine, but I would want to be able to maybe do more of the supermarket stuff and less of the ordering stuff. My drop is ready, and where is it? Just gonna run it. Yeah, no, absolutely. The multiplayer helps. I still think you'd run into a little bit of the same problem I'm talking about, though, just you put in the order, you run the order, you put in the order, you run the order, you put in the order, you run the order. Alright. So I am trying to slowly work up what we've got going on here. One of the big things that's a limiter on the delivery orders is you can only order 320 units of goods per delivery, and there's $200 overhead, and the $200 is fine, but you have to wait a pretty long time in-game for it to arrive. And it eats up into a lot of your time you could be doing other things. Alright. Okay. So that's the last of these for now. So for the moment, the botanists, we could just let them idle. Where's our botanist? Cynthia. Okay. We're gonna take the money out of Cynthia's box right now. Okay. And you don't like the mod, there's you'd remove the ones that take timer delays and limits. I think honestly the timers in this game are fine. Like I think that's an intentional, like, balanced decision with all of it. Because you've got enough stuff without the timers, you can just sit there and get overwhelmed pretty easily. Alright, so we'll let them work through that product. We'll need more jars soon. Got even more of the tarragon. Actually, for right now, let's just leave this on the shelf. Basically, what I want to do is I want to start trying to get them switched over material-wise. I think realistically, I'm going to need another chemistry station. Hey, Damsel, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream and all that good stuff? Welcome in, raiders. What were we playing? How did it go? Let me go. Can we go ahead and get a shout out for Damsel? I do hope you had some good stream and all good stuff. But let's see what we got going on. Playing some Factorio according to Twitch. Really excellent game. Good to see that popping in. But yeah, so I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Welcome in, raiders. See what you saw a title and had to see what the automation what's this automation game you've heard of? Yeah, so this is Schedule 1. For those who don't know Schedule 1, in the US that is referring to controlled substances. So we are manufacturing goods. It's definitely nowhere near the level of automation you get in Factorio, but to give you an idea, right now they're all standing around because they got nothing they need to do. But like we have our employees that go in here. I've got one who will sit there and they will grow our plants here. And so they grab the stuff off this shelf, they put it in there, and they put it on that shelf. Then I have another person who moves stuff from that shelf over to this machine, who then grabs stuff from this shelf as well and puts that in there. They process that. That moves to the next machine. They grab stuff to that shelf to process this. Moves to the next machine, grabs stuff off that shelf, processes this. And then they move all the way over to this shelf, and I have a separate person who puts it on these drying racks. And then these drying racks put all of that over here, where they jar it, and then it lands here to make our tarragon. Totally legal herbs and spices. Yep, that's what we're doing. And we also have our... Don't read the label there. We have our other substances, which I have not yet automated. Okay, so that's done for right now. Oh, my botanist is already coming over here to deal with it. So yeah, so you can see, like, that just finished drying. So my botanist will go up there. She's going to grab all of that stuff there. And then she's going to put that all the way over there. But yeah, it's a silly game. It's got surprisingly way more depth than you'd think for this kind of game. And so now I've got my handler, who's the one who moves stuff between shelves. And he's going to take the time to put all of that into a jar and all that. And then we put over here on the shelf for sale later. And then I'd run out to my dealers to restock them, do all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, so like weirdly for the silly like drug trade game, whatever, you know, most of them are pretty there's like lots and lots and lots of drug trade simulation style games that are pretty not good. There's not really another way of talking about it. This one actually does a lot of interesting stuff. So there's a lot to go there. But yeah, so he'll put it on the shelf. But yeah, so right now I'm in the middle of flipping my inventory. Because on this shelf, each one of these has 5 units of tarragon in it, which is one of my products. So this represents about 90 units here. No, that's not right. 80 units there. So if we look at what I got going here, I've got my dealers out. So the thing is, I've got like 150 supplies on that guy, about 150 on this one, almost 200 that one. So I'm kind of being like, all right, pump the brakes on this production line. Yeah, I am so bad at actually cleaning these out. You only get them when you yourself are handling the dealing. which I do like to make other people do it so I don't have to. And you can do this all yourself as well. I'm just gonna chuck this here and pretend. There you go. Wait. Just left the... Okay. Oh, it's after 4 a.m. 4 a.m. they stop working. So I gotta wait till the next day. But yeah, so I'm trying to, like, get our production line flipped over a little bit because I got too much of one product out there and I need to get a different product going. But yeah, no, it's really silly stuff. All of the stuff you do causes very weird reactions on the people buying. I won't spoil most of them, but just to give you an idea of one of them, there's one called balding. You can guess what it does. It's not particularly cryptic or anything. Alright. So. Yeah, you're continuing to produce that. Alright. Yeah, no, they have all sorts of silly stuff. Yeah, so it's 100 more units of that stuff. We really don't need. And this is probably another 100, 200 units over there. And I've already got stuff over here staged as well. Yeah, so these are loading bays. I can order to have stuff delivered here. The big problem I have is you can only have 320 units of stuff delivered to you at a time, and it takes about 6 in-game hours to deliver, which is 6 minutes. And so a lot of times it's just better for me to just grab a van and go deal with it myself. So the issue I've got here is that is not producing nearly fast enough. I do think I need to get another one of these because it looks like the process-wise, this is about 1.5 as long as that takes. Yeah, the barn can do 2 deliveries at once. Yeah, no, it definitely helps. Oh, wait. So with them... Yeah, so we'll take it out of our bank account. Alright, that's fine. But yeah, so what we need to do is I want to start scaling up this stuff. Because very genuinely, that gives me a different product than what I've been producing. So I can expand our sales. And all this. Oh, you know what I am going to need to do? So you've got 80, 100, 108. That's fine. I am going to need to do one more round of the stuff we've been doing. To go ahead and get all the existing inventory that was for it sorted out. Now, one downside is the vehicles are a little janky. All right. Let's go with 60 and 20. $60. $60. If you park the van in load dock. Oh, okay. See, these are things that I wish the game had literally any way to make discoverable. Because I would just assume this is cosmetic. And not really something I care about. Alright. Get more. More. And more. So I need one more stack of mouthwash. Ah, cool. Okay, so one stack of mouthwash for ourselves. We can go here. There'll be 4 stacks of those. $40 in, and 40 hours in, and you had no idea it worked that way. You thought it was cosmetic too? Yeah. No, that's a very common problem with a lot of games like this. Is that while they'll have a tutorial to teach you like the base game mechanics, it's stuff like that with a lot of functions. And it's just kind of one of those things that if a game doesn't explain it to you, then the assumption here would be maybe I could do something with this. Let's try pulling into loading dock area. I don't think this will do anything for us, but all right. So grab you. Drop you off. Drop you off. And also, please do not spoil strategies for me. First time playing, once you learn the things that work and all that, you don't get the joy of discovering them again. Once it's known, it cannot be unknown. Does that handle 5 stacks? Alright, so grab 2 stacks of each. And I'm just gonna grab those by hand versus driving. But yeah, so a lot of the combinations you make are very comical. You put all sorts of stuff like 9-volt, like batteries, not. The whole loading bay thing is so obscure by game design. Isn't normally discovered. Sorry for spoiling. Oh no, you're good with that one. That one I don't mind. No, you're good with that one, Badger. There was Automod grabbed it because, you know, it wasn't because spoiler stuff. It's because, you know, it was referring to the Viagra in the game. And Automod jumped on it. And it was making the comments like, oh yeah, you know, always do this because it's always a good time. I don't know if that's a good, like, actually a good strategy or not or whatever, but it's like, hey, don't spoil. Like, you don't have people going, if you combine the methamphetamine with the 2 units of Viagra and a gasoline, it is the superior rate. You get all the monies. It's easy and accessible and only requires 1 chemist. It's clearly optimal. You know. That kind of stuff. It's as well as things that, like I said, it's kind of with these games, the discoverability of like what strategies can work well and do all that stuff is 90% of the thing that makes the game super fun and enjoyable. That you can do all that experimentation and figure it out and all that. And having someone just tell you it's like, oh yeah, this is how you do it, really is a big negative. All right. So we're working on that thing. But yeah, so we're getting a bunch of our Targon produced. What we can do here in the meantime, let's grab that. I'll go and package some of my own. Okay, so you got a bunch there. You're still back here doing your thing. Okay, so you're getting low. Oh, wait, no, you're not. Yeah, so you're doing your stuff over here. That is, like I said, it is one thing, is I do think we want to get ourselves a second chemistry station. Because we're not getting a backload here. This is getting done as fast as we can. And the hope here is, what I can do is ultimately when this is all sorted out, oh my god, there's still more. When that's all sorted out, we will be able to turn around from the other side. There you go. From the other side of it, get another one of those going, and potentially switch over to this as our primary product. But that's going to take some work to do. Okay, and our dealers, so you got about 3,000 bucks on you. You get almost 2,000 bucks. None of them need a resupply. They are all doing extremely well on their existing supply. I'm going to grab 2 stacks. I'm not planning on buying a bunch of stuff, so I'm going to leave the vehicle behind. I am finding I actually don't really like the driving very much in this game. It's a necessity for a lot of stuff, for practicality purposes, but it is just one of those things that it's pretty janky. Like, it has that weird stutter that, like, you know, when people modded vehicles in, like, the old Half-Life games and all that. Like, when people modded into, Counter-Strike and other games like that, and you drive around the vehicles, it kind of just slides along, and the camera stutters a whole lot. Not just a little bit, but, like, a whole lot. It suffers from that, which is really surprising to see nowadays. Oh, you're not home. Alright. Oh, so Brad is just around the corner back here. Yep, no, I can... Yeah, people are usually aware of how that works. That if you get your message caught by auto mod, the mods can see it, but it goes and gets nabbed. Oh, messages, Shirley. So each time she's letting me buy one more stack than I could the last time. Alright, so we don't want to go through the police checkpoint. Is that anything that's Unity Engine just being Unity Engine? No, I've seen games do Unity Engine where vehicles were handled extremely well. Unity Engine can do some pretty solid stuff. There's some really good games made. It can also be bad. And you're fine. Alright, so we got people who want stuff. Yeah, so just 4? We can do 4. I guess both of them are right over here. That's fine. Part of the reason why Unity games end up having so much jank actually has nothing to do with the engine, is if you're learning to do game dev and you want to use like a bunch of existing stuff to put together, that's what you're probably going to use. Which does tend to mean you've got a lot of people with less experience making hobby projects and all that sort of stuff, or, you know, people who got an idea that they're trying to figure out how to execute on. Or it's just a game that they're not going to spend as much time baking and all that kind of stuff. It's just kind of one of those things. Alright, I have to go around. Okay. So curfew is in effect, so if the police see me, they'll chase me and try to arrest me. what I'm trying to do. Okay, we got a police officer right over there. Alright, so I want to get to the warehouse, that's one thing. And I want to get to my businesses to drop stuff off. Okay. So we want 8 of that and 8 of this. Alright, when do we have our message with Shirley? I wish they had a timestamp here. Should be on 4 hours, which in game 4 hours is 4 minutes. Let's make sure we got her drop paid off. Because otherwise she'll nag me about her money. That's not what I need to drop in there. Okay. Got her paid. And then from over here, while we wait for her to do her drop, we can pop into our laundromat, where we launder money. Okay, Central Canal, that works out because that's vaguely in the direction I wanted to go anyways. Alright, and then here's the post office. This is also business I own, so I can launder more money through it. So good news is we're actually getting quite a bit of money moved into our actual bank account. But like, while it feels we're just kind of running in this pattern right now, you know, working through the stuff we've been working through, we're also actually making pretty solid bank, keeping our people working and all that. Alright, so you've got all that set up. Okay. Let's make one adjustment real fast to our stuff. So I'm going to grab you. You're no longer emptying there. We're going to empty instead. I believe I already have a route from this shelf over there. So I'm going to have them empty onto that shelf. Which should cause them to work on all that. All right. And they're still just producing that. Okay, so let's see real fast. If we check our products, we did mess with some of the stuff. So we made like this overly complicated thing. But if we look at this, so we added just the hot pepper, and that added 27 bucks. Now, going from here to here, that added on almost 30 for the Mega Bean. Whereas this one is almost 10 bucks more, adding the horse stuff. And iodine, I guess the iodine wasn't as impressive. Yeah, so adding gasoline didn't do anything for its overall price. It does seem like iodine's good. So let's go with the Addy, the iodine, and the batteries. That's going to be the mix we're going to mess with here. No idea if it's any good or not, but it's something I can do without putting a whole lot of thought or effort into it, so it's perfect. I can just run out and grab that myself right now. And the reason for that is we produce that stuff way, way, way slower than our other products. So I don't need to have nearly as large of a buffer. Okay, so let's go to the batteries. I'd like 40, and 40, and 40. And there is a curfew in effect. It only matters if the cops catch you. And earlier on when I was playing, it's like, oh man, this is so rough. But I did find, like, it's really not bad for a lot of it. You kind of realize there's a couple places that are specifically rough, and after that you can kind of ignore it. Alright, for right now I'm just going to chuck this on this shelf here. Oh, never mind, we can not have to worry about that. Yep, no, they're already settled over there. Yeah, so work their way through it, that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. We'll leave it alone for right now. Okay, so let's check on the money we've got on all these ones to make sure everyone's paid up. And the only one we don't want working is right now the botanist is just not needed. We're just not going to be growing things for a minute while we produce these other goods. All right. There's just so much of it, all the time. And that's basically full. Yep, I can make that happen. It's fine. We'll deal with that. That's not super far. I can do that trade real fast. By then they'll probably get that ready for me to swap in the Addy. I'm also just genuinely curious, if you let them just go through the whole process of making it without doing each step where you can see it, and therefore get the prompts to name it, does it just automatically name it and you just live with that name, or do you get to intervene? You want 3? Oh yeah. So this is what this does to people. It's fine, don't worry about it. Just, they get one eye, their hair catches fire, and then they cease to exist in this universe. A perfectly reasonable medication to be taking. But you need those returning customers? Oh no, it's no problem. They'll be back tomorrow. You'll take 10? I know, right? Because they don't seem to be upset that their hair's on fire. Oh, okay, so it does show up. Alright, so that's espresso. Oh, boo, that's literally the opposite side of the map. It's fine. Can people OD in this game? Not that I've seen, but it wouldn't necessarily surprise me either. It seems like the type of thing that do as like a joke or whatever. But I suspect it's probably like done in a comical way. Alright, so we got 2 here and then 4 in the next one, so pretty soon I'm gonna have to remove the product from where I have it listed for selling myself. Unfortunately, they made me run the whole way over here. Okay, so I've got 4. Then 2. And then unlisted. Because that'll leave me only, what, 3 left? Alright. You used to play a drug mod for The Sims a lot, so you might need this game. It's a fun game. Hey, cops, don't be weird. Nothing to see here gonna go on in this back alley, alright? Also, very clearly the cops are not good at their job in this town. Considering I think literally the entire population just about is buying from me, other than the police themselves. And that's with this guy running around town. And no one thinks to stop him. I believe I remember hearing something about that they were going to add it where you could bribe the police. Don't search me? Okay. I started to slow down for a second, I thought I was getting grabbed. Hurry, the cops are almost here. There. I just went ahead and offloaded inventory on a random person as they're running by. Oh, I kind of wish I could check the status. It'd be nice if we could check the status of the laundered money on our app on the phone versus needing to run over there to check. I think we're good. But you want cartel wars? You want to raid a cartel and steal their stuff and defend against a raid with your employees? Yeah, I know there's the trailer for the game and everything very heavily implies that you're gonna be like duking it out with other cartels and all that kind of stuff. You know, and that's just not functionality in the game just yet. Oh, Miracle Mint. So this was Mint Espresso. That's the reason it's getting delayed. So apparently when you make a new combination, you have to stop and do that. You can get raided, didn't think you could. Makes sense though. I mean, considering I managed to avoid getting in trouble at all so far. Alright, we're just waiting on those drying racks. We don't really need them. But that's fine. Here's a question. Yep, that's a classic thing you can do in a lot of games. Where you don't have to reach in a way that makes logical sense. Like in real life, obviously I wouldn't be able to reach the far end. But it's fine. So you can compress storage way more. You just assumed it didn't do that, but it would feel empty if you didn't have additional level of menace. Yeah, keep in mind it's early access, so a lot of the stuff just isn't in yet. Alright, chai mint espresso. Kind of hope I can put it on the output side. Alright, so we're gonna go to you. Yeah, not sure how high those stack, but... Just trying to work on all of these. They're dropping stuff off there, that's fine. Okay. It is basically letting them work out. So, we're gonna need to get more supplies again. So while we're doing that, that honestly didn't seem like that bad of a combination we made there. Actually, how was it compared to our existing products? So that's the chai mint. So that's 158 that we've got there. And that was the other one we made. Yeah, so it's better than what the other one we made. So I can keep that money rolling in. It takes like... Honestly, I can run this myself and not have to worry about too much right now. Because we got 40 of the batteries, 40 of the iodine, 40 of the addy. And I'll have to keep an eye on the there, people. So the next larger location I can get is like 50,000. Right now, I need to scale up our operations in here more because we just basically need XP, and I think the XP is effectively money. Do they get mad if you don't give them the stuff they want? I believe so, yes. Alright, so it's battery, then that, then that. Alright, so that means batteries go here. You go there. You go there. Ah, right. You're moving these to the intermediary shelf. Let's put a stop to that. Okay, before I run out there with a really big pile of a whole lot of things I don't want to get caught with. We'll drop all this back in that shelf again. It's fine. Alright, so I've got one thing on me, so we're going to went ahead and grab this. We're going to pay for the drop. We're going to try and hit up our dealers. There's our laundromat clearing money. Okay. Cool. So basically just trying to get all our money. We're going to drop it off at the laundromat and all that. Wait, wait. Oh, no, that's not who I thought it was. I thought Molly happened to be just walking by right there. Be like, oh, heck yeah, if my last dealer just wants to meet me. Oh, wait, wait. Okay, the police are going that way. Where is Molly? Molly is directly in front of the police. You're not working with the police there, are you, Molly? Do we need to have a conversation? Like, literally the police are just standing on top of her. She's moving around. Cool. So we've got that. Almost $12,000 in her pocket. And we can go and... pay for the materials we needed. What did I want from here? There was something I wanted from here. Right, I needed 8 of you. Attain $100,000 worth of wealth. Okay, cool achievement, randomly. Right, and I wanted another chemistry bench. And they're gonna make a quick stop over here. To launder our money. And I still got like 3,000 extra dollars worth of cash on my person. So why do you need to launder? So you can only put $10,000 through the ATM in a week. And so what that ultimately causes as a problem is when you go to do legitimate purchases, you have to have your money in the bank. So like buying buildings, cars, that kind of thing. Your basic supplies that aren't the illicit stuff. And so what ends up happening is early on, you don't have to worry about it at all. You don't make enough money to matter. But once you start getting some serious cash, you hit into that bottleneck where you just cannot get the money into the bank. So basically a way to slow down the player, yes and no. It's honestly a reasonable thing for the game to have. It's a reasonable mechanic. Because you can scale it up to the point you don't really have to like sweat it too much. Oh, right. I'll let you deal with that. So yeah, the reason I was like, oh right, is because, pick that up. It's just been sitting here stuck for a while. Alright, we're slowly starting to wear down our Tarragon. Yep, only 5. I'm just gonna grab those. We're not gonna age them. Or whatever. Okay. They're processing all this. I did get another one of these going. Right now, since I have limited supplies, it's going to be one of those things that I have to manually run over. My hope here is that the speed that processes, we can keep those going. There is some reality, I'll probably need a buffer thing there. We'll have like 3 of these to 2 of those, I think is probably closer to reasonable. But in the interim, still really dealing with it. Okay. Go get the next one started. I'll grab a stack of those myself to deal with some stuff over here. Just take the 2 spares. I know that's a waste. I just can't be bothered. Alright. Then go over here, drop you all off. Alright, so with that, we've got today sorted. Do the, no, so all those side businesses don't earn you any money. If they did, it'd be one of those things that you could literally just fast forward the game and never have to worry about anything. So I think it is a deliberate decision that, you know, they just don't work for that purpose. Is this the new ones they're making? Vanilla caramel latte? No. Those will just toss over here, and I want to baggy those later. Alright, how are my dealer's inventory looking? So you're still at over 100 things, you're still at over 100 things. Oh my god, you have so much inventory. I'm sitting on a mountain of inventory here. And it's a real problem. What I'm gonna probably need to do is start bagging these up one by one. Because we start bagging them up one by one. Do you think it'd be a good idea if they added the tax man on the game? I mean, so you'd have like an unspecified income so far as where it's coming from. So it's under the table, so it's not really taxable. Like, yes, you're supposed to pay taxes on it, but how would that work? Because like in the real life, the way you get in trouble with that kind of stuff is, you know, you've got whatever your supposed job is. Why bank? So I can deal myself. So in real life, the way you end up getting caught for that kind of stuff is you start taking well beyond your means kind of thing, and people are like, this person who is supposedly a janitor probably not making as much as they as what they need to live this life. Yeah, no, I mean, I can use the jars too, it's just not as practical. Okay. Oh, right. I was pointing at the wrong thing. 80. Alright, so we got that. 40. Okay, that's... I wasn't expecting to actually get that far. Alright. So yeah, 80 of each. Where did you... Lady, I'm trying to do business with you here. That's fine, whatever. But yeah, no, I've generally found taking whatever the largest container is and just hucking it on the dealer and just make sure they have enough inventory space for the individual packages as well. Works out pretty well. But as like you dealing, because you can't split up like the larger containers into smaller ones while you're out and about, it means instead what you end up doing there is just working with what you got kind of thing. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and toss you on here and let you deal with that for a bit. I'm gonna go over here, you deal with this. The shelf is quickly filling up with other supplies. And meanwhile, how are you going? Also, I'll just let them sit and all go at the same time. Alright, so what do we got going on here? So I'm assuming you're just both cooking. Why? Can I check on your routes easily? Are you not paid? No, you should be paid. What? Let's check the chemists. Maybe I shorted one of the chemists and so the whole thing's gummed up. You got you 200 bucks. There you go. That's on me, chemist. I owe you an apology, sir. Hero was like, why are you not working? Right, because you didn't get paid. That's fine. Yeah, no, it was the, I failed to pay this lady. And so because I failed to pay this lady, this bench was waiting for that to clear up, and this bench is waiting for that to clear up. So it just kind of was sitting there. Yeah, then I'll get that all sorted. Alright, so we can try and drop this all off on our dealers. Even though, okay. So Brad here is probably the one who'd be best to do the drop off with. So she was mad at you? Not really mad at you, it's just if you don't pay them, they don't do anything, they just stand there. If you have anything that prevents them from being able to do their task, whether it's they're not paid, they don't have a bed, they just don't have the supplies, you don't assign them, whatever, they just won't do anything. Okay, so Brad's over here. Oh no, she's looking angry. I mean, sure, why not? Alright. Where did you go? You're right over here. There you go, Brad. You're gonna start working on the new stuff. It'll top you off there. Cool. Because you gotta have enough inventory space for when they break it down to singles. Alright. So that's what you got we can get rid of. Oh, that's a checkpoint. Let's not try and cross to the checkpoint with the police while holding some really bad stuff. Alright, Molly's back at her apartment. Okay. Take some of the singles, and I'll take that jar. I'll just try and sell them myself. It'd be funny if you don't pay them long enough, they rat you out. Yeah, to my knowledge, they don't have anything of that type of nature. But, like, they don't, as far as I can tell, they don't even quit if you don't pay them long enough. It's just, they don't work. But that's because this isn't meant to be some, like, super duper sweaty, hardcore, mega challenge kind of game. It's honestly a very, like, kind of silly, fun, casual kind of game, in all honesty. And I don't mean that in a bad way. That's just the vibe they're going for. Like, I don't even think there is a way to get a game over. Alright. Yeah, and you have to unlock people to deal with by interacting with people they know, yada yada yada. Alright, come on. We can find someone we can give some stuff to. Just looking. No, we already apparently sold to them recently. If your dealers sell to them, it counts, so... Cool. Thanks, Donna. Alright, so let's go into our phone. Because my assumption is once I buy enough from her, we'll no longer need to do the dead drop thing. Because that's kind of how it worked with the other person. Is, we had to keep doing that dead drop again and again for a while. And then eventually after the dead drop, they're like, okay, you know, you've done enough business. We can just meet in person. That way you can get, like, bulk order. Geez, that stuff is expensive? Yeah, but each unit of that gives me 10 units of the stuff I'm making right now that I'm selling for like 140 or whatever a unit. So there's a little bit of an investment on getting that going. And then there's also staff salaries. So it's a bit more. I didn't even pay attention to how many did I get. Was it 9? Yeah. So it's a bit more expensive of a good to do, but it's kind of one of those things that I have a lot of availability with that to make some serious cash. Oh wait, I'm not carrying anything illegal. Yeah, search me. Got phosphorus. I'm used to always having stuff I need to worry about being caught with on me. Yes, I wonder what it would take to increase our production. Like, get out of the trade we've been doing. You'd wonder why. I mean, you'd know why they're doing it. Just... it's one of those things you wouldn't be able to prove what they're doing or anything. Just possessing things that could be used for nefarious means is not enough to actually go after someone as if they were doing nefarious things. Alright. So those are all humming away. Yeah, so that's way slower to produce. But that's okay. It's hard to prove intent too. Yep. Grab one of those stacks of singles. Yeah, so what we're probably going to want to do here is, honestly, I'm half tempted to just get rid of our botanist. People do please do raids on people who bought suspicious thing in large quantity. Yeah, no, if you can establish like probable cause, like different countries will have their equivalents. But basically, if you're like, all of this is extremely sus, and so they could seek like a warrant or whatever after you for probable cause and all that, they're like, all right, you know, this person's clearly up to something. Like, there's no question about it. They're doing something or other. That, again, if they can establish probable cause, they're like, okay, there's a bit too much here for there not to be something. Now, just suspicion's not enough. There's levels you have to kind of achieve. Let's see here. Let me go ahead and grab that. Is that a gazebo? Okay. Well, no, beyond a reasonable doubt, that's to find someone guilty. That's a much, much, much higher bar. To get a warrant to check someone out, you do not have to hit nearly highest bar. Probable cause is a much, much, much lower bar. Your rate for this game? I'm very much enjoying it. We're definitely starting to hit the point where we're getting a little bit on the, not repetitive, but like, I'm doing a lot of just running around, sorting stuff out that honestly I do think it'd be really good to have a bit more stuff going on automation wise, but that's just probably me getting things set up. Alright, let's see here. I also wish this map would center on you. Like, I would like to see a few things in the game. It would be nice if I could put in, like, a buy order thing, so that each day I would get a certain amount of stuff delivered to a location. And it wouldn't be, like, necessarily smart on how it does it. It would just be like, okay, every day I'm going to send 100 of this, this, and this. And then you could have your warehouse people empty it out. Alright. We got that. Top you off. Top you off. Alright, so we've got both of those going. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like what we end up doing here is we divest from doing the plants. And the reason I'm saying we divest from doing that is right now we've got our handlers like juggling all that kind of stuff. We can get the botanist out of here entirely and start focusing on our new product lines, because if we can get enough stuff going through here, we can keep it so we're delivering just as fast as before, with the one big key difference is while we're delivering as fast as before, we're delivering a product worth almost 1.5 times as much. So thereby increasing our daily profits considerably. Topping all the ones off that we're keeping working, because right now the botanist, we're just not paying her. That's the key. There isn't a risk factor when switching to a harder product in the game. Yeah, no, I mean, I would be, like, it sounds like they're going to be adding, like, police raids, and then you'll have, like, conflict with other drug cartels and yada yada, that will create that tension. Like, if you switch from plant to crystal, it's pure positive. Yeah, no, that's not unusual, though, for a lot of these games. Like, not even the drug ones, like, any of the tycoon-style games. Like, even, you know, your supermarket simulators, a lot of those, you'll have games that'll be like, oh, here's your early product, you buy it in singles, you do this, you do this, you do this. And then you get later on, and be like, well, here's the ones where they come in tens. Well, it's just universally better than your previous product. You could keep your previous product if you really wanted. There's just not really a reason to do it. And so, like, in real world, it would be a whole thing where you go, well, now I don't have as much variety of product. I have a smaller addressable market, and yada, yada, yada. But a lot of time in the video game, they don't... Most of these games, people don't have that level of stuff. Because, like, for example, we actually look at our contacts. Like, I can click on this one once, calming, munchies, and smelly. That one's energizing, paranoia, and sneaky. This one wants focused, refreshing, and sneaky. You get the idea. They have their preferences, but you can kind of basically ignore them. It might be a thing that they buy larger amounts, but the amount of effort to set it up to utilize them, it feels like it's just better to choose your best paying product and ignore all the other things. Cool, so you got that sorted. That's what I was waiting on. Like, that was one of the tricks with trading card game simulator, is if you really wanted to abuse the market, you literally only carried the one or two really, really lucrative products, just because the way the AI would show up and choose its product, you didn't need to carry anything else. There would be the occasional one who wouldn't shop with you and all that, because you didn't have what they wanted, but it was such a small percentage. Alright, so there's another 60 of the Tarragon. See, Victor is probably one of the best games for selling. There's been a number of really good games that have been in that whole like that weird subgenre where you would go collect items and then you'd have like the phase where you sell the items. And it'd have like different ways it worked. Like some of them you would be the one going and fighting and collecting everything. Some of them you would like hire a hero that you would effectively sponsor to go on your behalf to do it. You've got a whole bunch of different styles for it. Alright. So those are our last loads of these. For right now, I'm going to pack this all away. I'm not going to throw it away, just in case there's a reason for us to not do that. But it does seem like right now, the play is just to lean in on the chemistry side of it. Just gonna go way over here and just stash all that equipment. And when those dry, we'll have that. We got plenty of supplies here. Right, so what we're gonna want to end up doing... Greater range unsurpassed? Yeah, no, I remember that's one that people spoke very highly of specifically. Yeah, so I'm going to probably do the same thing over here, where I'm going to put, like, 2 chemistry to one of these. It does seem relatively decent at that speed. And honestly, with how slow those produce, it's probably have one person work there, one person work on the other one, and we just have the other guy just does this line here. Now, if we're leaning into it really far, it might even be that we end up adding another chemist and taking that a step farther and seeing how far we can take this. The catch we have right now with that is right now we're doing this one. That's the one we're selling right now for the 158. We did get one up to 239, but it was like a 10-step, or it's like a 6-step process. And so then the question goes, we can add almost, I mean, honestly, almost 100. We wouldn't have to sell very many to be worthwhile. So I do think this is the stage that what we're going to end up doing is, like I said, I'll probably end up getting 2 or 3 sets of this set up to get the volume up. And then once we've got that volume up, we can expand this to get the margins to be much higher. How are my dealers doing? Not as much as I'd like them to be doing is what they've got going on. We did hit them up at the end of the day yesterday. That's probably the reason they don't have more money on them. Cynthia. Fired. Your botany ways are no longer welcome here. With your fertilizers and your other lizers and all that. The new stuff, well, the even the plant stuff, once you start getting a bunch of it set up, it's not really bad in the trash front. Okay. So what's going to end up needing to happen here is I am going to need to get another chemist and another set of the labs and all that. I don't have that much money in me in cash right now. Because right now there's a lot of them just standing around, and that is not what we want. And then these are getting close to done. You know what? These are fine. And again, we'll chuck you over on this bench. So this should work. Or if we put them on this shelf, they should start bagging them all up. And we can also shove that there. They should take care of all that. So we're going to need jars. We're going to need to do a little bit of rearranging. Okay, so let's start first with, I need, what was it, like four stacks of jars? Let's get our 4 stacks of jars. We can do that before we worry about anything else. Then the next step is going to be getting the next chemistry stuff set up. That is going to require me to go to our dealers, get some more money. It's probably going to take us a couple in-game days to do all that, to get everything set up, because I'm going to have to hire a chemist for 2,000. I think the chemistry benches and all that were, I don't remember how much. So it'd be what, 80? That's more than I needed, but that's fine. It's not like you gotta worry about that. I can just toss these at the other bench and it's fine. But, so I need in cash in my wallet. So I need 2,000 for the actual chemist. I believe 2,000 for the oven thing. And is some like 1,000 for the other ones. So we're talking a good couple thousand here. So drop you there. For the moment, drop you all here. Yeah, so we're gonna have to wait till their supply gets lower to do more, but they've got a lot of cash on them. They have so much Tarragon. We definitely went way too far with the Tarragon, and I'm being punished for it. That's fine. Okay. So I don't think there's anything. We can grab that. So you can probably pass off some of that onto someone. And then we're gonna end up needing to buy a bunch of the materials. That's gonna be probably one of our bottlenecks. Is right now we have to work through like the middle person to like, you know, get the ingredients. Alright, come on. Don't leave me hanging. Yeah, you're already full. There you go, buddy. Alright, so now I just need to track down Molly, get the last of that money. And that might be honestly enough for us to go there and set up what we need. Is Molly home though? No, she's on the northern pass. You can gamble? Yes, you can. They have blackjack, and I can't remember, it was something called like horse run or something like that. But it's this one where you say like, okay, red or black, okay, you know, is it going to be higher or lower than I went? Okay, is it going to be between the two cards I drew or outside of the two cards I drew? Okay, which of the four suits there are going to be? And then each one has a multiplier. So you can make some pretty good money. I messed with it a little bit off stream and actually was able to make some pretty good money on it. It's definitely one of those ones you need a pretty good chunk of change just to get it started, because going for the big ones that if you do the odds you'll ultimately kind of win out in the end, does require you to have a lot of losses to get that gain. But it's one of those things that's like 2 times multiplier, 3 times multiplier, 4 times multiplier, 20 times multiplier. And if you do the math, you're like, okay, I can make that work out. Alright, so purchase. I am going to need 2 of these. 1 of those. Okay, those weren't as expensive as I thought they were going to be. I'd like to hire an employee, a chemist, barn, deal, continue. Message contact. I'd like to order dead drop. And go out and around here. Cool. Alright, so she's willing to do in-person meetings from now on, which is good, because we're about to massively up our order on a lot of things. So I'll need 10 of that, 10 of this. I'm honestly wondering... Oh, I don't have enough for 1. Okay. I am wondering if I need 1 more handler. So I've got the 2 handlers, and each can do 5. Let's stick with the 2, because if I hire another one, I don't need it. It's just I'll have a new bed and everything else set up. and that'll just go to waste. I also didn't think what happens when I unassigned the bed by firing that person. What happened? Oh, wait, never mind. She didn't have money in her box because I deliberately wasn't paying her because I didn't need her to do anything. While I'm here, since I'm in the area, I will buy a stack of you, a stack of you, a stack of you. Alright, so we're making progress in converting our entire operation to far higher dollar things. One thing I am curious is I have noticed when I try and go to a person and sell them one of the jars of stuff, I usually can't make the sale. I do wonder if there's like a limit in how much they will spend per day. What is the horse cement used for? It is a mixer. So you mix it with your products and you sell them. Is it mildly to moderately cursed? Yes. Grab that shelf. Alright, so what we can do in the meantime... Put 5 here, 5 there. Your destination is... Yeah, I believe that... Alright, so we should probably be getting our other one there. Let's check. So you lost a bunch of your routes. Cool. So that's perfect. So you have the medium storage there to there. Medium storage there to here. Big storage there to there. Big storage there to there. And I think that's all I need from you. Okay, so that one's just going to run back and forth here, basically supplying the chemistry things. Meanwhile, all of your stuff is still working, so we can leave that alone. We need to assign a bed to our second chemist, third chemist. And get them paid. Then I need to run out there and grab your next bit of supplies. Top all the money off and all these so everyone keeps working. It is good that like we'll be able to topple that off down the road. Yes, we're not actually getting that much stuff into our bank account right now, but that's okay. Let's see, if I was a user and the dealer cut your stuff, would that you'd be incredibly mad? Yeah, I mean, but this is a video game. Like, everything in here we're mixing with is, like, totally cursed. We're using batteries and motor oil and gasoline and cough syrup and all sorts of weird stuff. So it's very cartoony. It's very silly. Like, that's honestly, if this game wasn't silly, I probably wouldn't stream it. Like, the games that try and be like, no, you're gonna be an actual drug pin cartel. All that kind of stuff. It's a tough subject. Like, even with this, it's kind of like, do I play it? But, you know, when it was so silly, it's like, you know, it's fine. Alright, so for the moment, I'm going to go ahead and drop that there. And that there. Alright. So, we've got them all working. Honestly, wouldn't be watching if it wasn't. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, sure, we're making harder drugs and all that, but it's a very, very cartoonized thing. Oh, wait, I've got a ton of jars right here. Yeah, because what we're doing right now is we're making sugar crystals. We're combining them with batteries, iodine, and they call it Addy. It's very clearly meant to be like Adderall. Which, don't do that, because the stuff in batteries will kill you. Not just a little bit, though. Hey, Gabe, how's it going? And I got a lot of supplies to drop. That's the kind of thing I'm running into right now is I need my dealers to do a way better job of loosening up some inventory. So I got Targon, and we've got the Mint. Why are those not stacked? Let's see, people do put cost servers and stuff, but they do it for themselves, not commercially, yeah. You think you're just too a bit good at the game and ramped up production? I think you're just too good at the game, ramped up production? Let's see, lithium is explosive. Don't try and mess with batteries for your own safety. Oh, yeah. Well, it's also a thing that, like, it's a fairly regular thing that they have, the CDC kind of puts out there, just like little things to try and help you make better decisions. And they're like, you know, on the left is the death cap mushroom. It's like a super dangerous mushroom. You should be extremely, extremely careful about eating it. It is not found in your home. On the right is a bottle cap battery. It is deadly if you eat it, which is like the little flat batteries you have in like cameras and all that. It's like, it is deadly if you eat it. It is found in your home. Make sure these are not accessible to children, like that kind of stuff. Alright, I'll be back here in just a minute because I need to stretch my legs real fast and I gotta use the restroom. So I'm gonna do those things and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Oh, good. Paperwork. Oh, not good. A wall of zombies. As well as 556. The big downer is we don't have a gun that uses 556. They're extremely rare. Like the weapons that use like 556 and that, the ammo is almost irrelevant because you'll never find enough guns to actually use it. And unfortunately, the gun's the only way to repair. You'll definitely never find the gun that uses it. So something is getting messy in the physics calculations. Oh, I see a real problem with going this way. Hang on, we might need to go around. That one log on the right looks like it'll be a little problematic for taking through there. I'm just gonna go on a guess here. In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature? There you go. One more. Kidding me? Alright, new run. The chance of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. Magic. The real money is over here. So how do you feel about this corner? Your friends turned into weird magical cards? Oh, by the way, I'm taking literally every flower here. I know you need those to live, but I mean, look. Really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck. All right, and I am back. You know, it'd be really nice if we got, was there a Hydroneer 2 coming out? I think I remember something was happening with Hydroneer. I was about to make the comments like, you know, it'd be really nice if we had something new happen with Hydroneer, because I really enjoyed that game, but I think there's one achievement I'm still missing for it. But it basically did what was in the game, like, kind of tapped it out. Another just doing it in again to do it again. Don't really have much we can do with that. Alright. Let's make not great life decisions. Cool, so we got more Chimint Espresso, some Targon, and all that. Now, okay, we can probably deal with some of this. So the Tarragon, the Chimint, we can work with. So we're gonna go ahead and sell those. So there's a Chimint. We're gonna mark that as a favorite, and it's for sale. And we're gonna go to Espresso and Tarragon, all that. Alright, so you would like the Chimint. Basically, we're gonna do some of our own dealing for a little while here. Because I need some cash money in my pocket kind of money. My dealer's inventory is way too stocked right now. You went to the Chai Mint? So what do you even do to people? I haven't even been paying attention to this one. It's our newest product. Sir? Sir? I'm okay with this. I really need it right now. Can you tell me you've got something I could buy? Make an offer. Can I get you to do that? Yep. So let's see. So you're moving over here. Smoked and ascended. Hey man, it happens. So top those off. Top that off. Cool. Just passing off entire containers. All right. Cool. Hey man, you want something? So you want Chai Mint? Everyone just needs their Chai Mint espresso in the morning. Dealer running around being like, everything must go. I guess I won't talk to you. Just run around hucking wares at people. You want 2 tarragon? There you go. Okay, so you're way over there. Let's stop by and see if we can't catch Molly real quick. Okay. So cutting that inventory down a lot. That's basically all I'm trying to do right now is just knock the inventory down as much as we can. We got a bunch of stuff of all sorts of quality. Good news is that gave me a lot of cash. All right. Yes, I got a bunch of clothes that I don't think you can get at the start that you can buy there. Am I just being a little too pushy? All right. I think that's my customer there. Okay. Some real aggressive dealing going on. Yeah, they really want the new stuff. Very, very genuinely really wanting that new stuff. Oh, right, the skateboard. Hey, man. Yeah, I'd like to buy a skateboard. I'll take the one made out of solid gold. Oh, that's an achievement, apparently. Okay. So it's not amazing, but it does work. All right. So need to move more product. All right. Cool. Okay, interesting. Alright, so products, we need to stop sales on that one. We can go ahead and stop our sales on both. I'm down to not a whole lot left. We can manually sell what little's not, like what still's here. Police officers, we don't want to deal with them. Just running around. Oh, checkpoint. Just run around, selling directly to everyone. It's fine. What was I gonna buy over here? Nothing, actually. I was going to go to here. Spacebar jump? Yeah, no, I saw. All right. So how's everything going over here? What are you, Patricia? What are you... Do you need help? Is that what's going on? I don't know what's going on with Patricia. But she's not cooking anything right now. What we'll probably do is after the next in-game day, we'll do a quick reload, because we have found before that sometimes they just get stuck. She's bug / caught in the edge. Oh, of this? Yeah, we can deal with that. In the meantime, so actually it looks like it got both those in stock still. Get everyone's pay topped off. I'm gonna go ahead and go to sleep. I'll do a quick reload of the save that's, you know, people are getting stuck and all that. We're almost at the, I don't remember what we unlock. Oh, where we can get the bricks. So let's go ahead. It just saved. Let's exit the game real fast. We're gonna enter back in. And just like unstick it real fast. Because soon we'll be able to get our bricks. And that'll be an interesting one for dealing with the dealers, just getting a giant brick of stuff. There's a good chance, like I'm trying to feel out how fast they move on this one. And depending on that, we will attempt to get more stuff going on. Alright. Okay. So they're all getting to work, that's fine. So we're gonna need more batteries and all that. So the only downside is the skateboard takes an inventory spot. And I really don't want to give up an inventory spot. And I'm going to need to go to the gas station and pick up more goods, which is why I'm jumping in the vehicle. Because then on the return trip, I'm going to grab the batteries and all that. All right. So Benji's over there, Brad's over there. We're not gonna worry about that. We'll just keep doing our own deals. We can do that in the meantime. Oh, we will need to go... Alright. Game looks fun. It is a lot of fun. What we're gonna need to do is get these supplies I was talking about. It's also a thing... Oh. I'm not in the right spot. That's the thing, that we're gonna have to get these supplies, and once I get some cash on us... Sorry, once I get some cash on us, I'm going to need to meet up with the person for our materials for continuing to make production go. Oh, you're a police officer. I am really happy you didn't decide to search me right there. Okay.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
So you want Fort Targan. All right. And I'll do these and I'll get that stretch. All right. Getting some good extra cash in this. All right, so pretty soon. It'll be time to stop with the Tarragon. All right. Cool.
So,
Product, we need to pull Tarragon off the list. We've only got 4 left. Means I get asked for way more than I can supply. All right. And the Tarragon's all gone. Okay, over there. Alright, so pretty soon I'm going to need to make sure I get back to home. Alright, so you're still doing your stuff. It's fine, I'm just gonna run. We parked over by the casino. Okay. Just basically running around and giving some to everybody I run into. All right. So we should be good on all of this. So things I need to work on. First, get that message in for you. Where is she meeting me? Construction safe for the next 6 hours. Okay. Just know this is cheaper than DoorDash. Hey man, it's real expensive to buy a private cab for your food. Take the actual container. You can probably make that happen. All right. Okay. This is gonna suck. All right, so we got some real expensive stuff on us. Let's go over to Molly, see if we can drop off some of this. Okay. You know what? This is a bad idea, but we're gonna go for it. All right. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do here is, hey, I changed my mind. I want another 40. So I can chuck these in our truck, go to the warehouse, and buy a bunch of the other materials we need. For a moment, I thought I got too close. I was gonna get caught. What? Why? That was certainly a thing. That's fine. I'm just gonna drop this off real fast and we'll go back for the rest. Because right now, we definitely don't get in trouble. I got like $7,000 worth of materials inside my vehicle. And losing all that would be a real bad time. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so now I need to go for the less dangerous stuff for me to bring. Because now I just go to the warehouse and I get the other 2 ingredients. And then after we get that, we go to just the gas station and get the other stuff. I guess we get to learn something here in a moment. Will they chase my car? Alright, so we got, what was it, 80? Oh, I should have parked it there. I need to move the truck right now. Oh, I could just literally pull you in here. That's convenient. All right, so I need another 3,500 bucks. It feels weird taking money out of the ATM, After all of the, like, no, never take it out of the ATM. It needs to stay in the ATM. Oh, wait, we already have it. I took way more out than I needed. It's fine. Honestly, at this point, with how we're functioning, well, that's not the direction we wanted to go. No, 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 please. Please. I can't see. Ow. We just wheeze the running. Now I gotta worry about anything else. We are running. Okay. Imagine they impound the vehicle. So the thing, well, so I don't know if I hide in my hideout, if that works or not, or if they'll just go to where, like, they'll still chase me kind of thing. Like, I don't think, like, you can pop out, fire a shot, you know, anger the police, and then immediately, like, run back in kind of thing. Alright, I think those are the cops that were chasing us earlier. Yeah, they're covering me inside. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking if I was in the vehicle and I got arrested, we would definitely lose what was in the vehicle. If I get arrested and I'm not in the vehicle, I have a sneaking suspicion it won't. Now, I could see it going either way, but I have a suspicion they'll take just what's on us. Yeah, no, when I ran over the cop, I was trying to just run away real quick. I just couldn't see what the heck I was doing because of the camera. And due to that, I just couldn't get back away. And if you're wondering, yes, without question, the cops chase you in the car. What happens if you die? I believe it just throws you in prison. Or sorry, it doesn't throw you in prison, that's a lie. I believe what happens is you just, sorry, I'm trying to juggle this stuff here. And my inventory is very full. You get hit with a fine. And so it takes your money. It's like really not that punishing. How are you so backed up on that one? Alright, so we're gonna need more, equipment here. We have a pretty bad imbalance of what these things need. Wait. Why do you have... That's fine for right now. Chuck that all there. Okay, so one thing we're doing before we get too much farther. Got one more thing to grab real quick. It might have been your issue. Oh, we weren't having an issue with it before. Alright, so batteries. 80. Iodine. 80. Addy. 80. And this. 80. That should take care of our supply run. So we spent a really, really big amount of money today. We probably spent almost $20,000 on materials. But all those materials are going to get massively improved in what we get out of them. So drop off all of you. And grab the surplus right now. And chuck it all here. Because I figured this production would have stalled out while we were away. Is that the right order? Make sure it's in the right order so I don't have to, like, do a new recipe. Okay. So last step is the Addy. So it is not the right order. You go on this shelf. And you go on this shelf. Now it's in the right order. Okay, so let's go to sleep so that they're actually working. Alright. Yeah, so we're making like half to a third of a level per day doing this. Yeah, you've got everything you need. So the problem is I need another chemist. That's the problem. I'm gonna need another chemist because we don't have enough of the oven things. That's not how you make this. Alright, good, you got it figured out. Alright, so what's gonna need to happen here is we're gonna have to do some rearranging. Because ultimately what's happening is I think what we do...
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Honestly, surprised you aren't just doing the deliveries even with the $200 penalties. It depends on what I got going on, because the big problem with the delivery is you gotta wait 6 in-game hours from when you request it to it arriving. And then the other thing is they can only carry 320 of a good, and so I found that to be a pretty strong limiter. Yes, what's happening is these aren't fast enough to keep up. They are losing ground. So this is our bottleneck. Now, I think the ratio is probably something like 3 of the chemist benches to 2 of the other things. Which would mean if I added 2 more chemist benches and another one of those, it wouldn't really solve the problem. We just still have the same bottleneck. Then realistically, I need to add another one of these ovens in here, and that might be enough to deal with it. But that requires us to rearrange it to make it make sense. What I would likely do is I'd likely put a shelf here, and then the 3 ovens next to it, and so all of these would dump onto that shelf. You get the idea of where that's going. I do think that's something we should probably pursue. Oh wait, never mind. Oh, you're doing a stack of them. Okay, that's fine. I didn't think you could do a bunch at once. Yeah, if you can do 8 at a time, that's nothing to worry about. That's fine. Okay. And meanwhile, you're all working. We got our supplies here. And then plus the other reason is I still have to empty it myself. So it doesn't really save me time. It also has a weird thing of, by the fact that I have to kind of go and, you know, make sure to be there in time to empty it out, or like whatever, all that kind of stuff. It can have the same problem like Product Zomboid with trying to watch the TV shows at the beginning. That sure, you get easy levels out of them, but you find yourself constantly returning to the TVs. And when you stop and you think about how much time you're losing just hugging the TVs all day, that you come to realize, oh, maybe 1 or 2 of the skills are worth going after, but otherwise, you're probably better served just running around and dealing with other stuff in the meantime. Alright. So, once again, we're going to go here and say, hey, 80, 80, 80. And I believe that'll fill up the trunk here. No. So we got a total of 12 spots left. So it's, yeah, it'd be 80 more for the truck. And switch to my inventory. 80, 80, Alright. So we're gonna be fully stocked. After this, what we're probably gonna want to do is once we get the money from the dealers and all that, I do think I buy another stove and maybe 2 more of the chemistry benches. Did you actually spawn in money? Are you saying to like cheat to add money? Because no, I've played this fairly. As you advance, you get to the more... Yeah, no, I didn't use a money hack. And you can feel free to not believe me. You have the VODs available, you can look through the whole thing. Very genuinely, getting money in this game is one of those things that as you get off the ground, you just get more and more and more money easier and easier. When the shopkeeper becomes Cyclops? When he became one of my customers. Alright. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things when you play these kind of games. Usually, like, the business starts out a little bit on the slow side. But every step you get farther, your opportunity to make more money gets to be higher and higher and higher. And so, like, the speed you make money goes up and up and up. It's the same thing with, like, tycoon games. Alright, so yeah. So we need to get more of the ovens. You were too slow. What are you doing? Fine, just take it from me. Jeez. You are a pushy lady. You're just trying to help you do your job. Maybe so the laundry tick? Okay, so it is only processing 1 at a time from the looks of it. So that's just a buffer. Okay, so we need... Alright, let's think about this. I'm thinking we get... two lab ovens and a chemistry station. She said you're doing it wrong? Something. Alright, so let's go ahead and get our product out there. Honestly, the rate we're making money, it wouldn't be a bad idea to also push for the warehouse, because that's the last location you can unlock. Because we're making pretty solid money each day now. Right, so our laundromats. Oh, well, I don't need to go laundromat. Why am I talking about the laundromat? Thank you for the 2,000 bucks. How's the supply doing? You are doing good. Let's actually just check on our dealers here. So Benji could use some more goodies. Yeah, so Benji here could use some more goodies. Hey, Sim, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Simcopter 1, by the way? Officer. Officer? You know that truck has no wheels on it, right? The one that I'm assuming you're gonna charge him for hit and run. There's no wheels on it. It was a stationary vehicle. It's been wrecked here this whole time. Get some work done while watching? Nice. But yeah, so definitely check out Simcopter 1. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Plays a lot of simulation games, strategy games, all that sort of stuff. It does like bunch of like Coon stuff, but doing like some retro stuff, doing was it Red Alert 2? Was it Red Alert 2 or just Red Alert? Doing one of the Red Alerts. Recently, also been doing like Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 and a whole bunch of stuff. Command and Conquer Tiberian Dawn. That's one that goes back in my brain. All right, so Mali is right here, is where Mali is. Thirty-year-old game, by the way. I know, it hurts. Physical pain. How's our time going? All right, so it's right about to be 6 p.m. in game. So we're gonna get 2 ovens, a chemist, a bed, and a what is it? Chemical mixing station. Command Conquer games are legendary. Their age is not important. Oh yeah, no, I put a lot of time into them. I very much enjoy them. Which there was one that was like the underwhelming. Was it Tiberian Sun that was underwhelming? I can't remember. Because I had like Red Alert and it was great. Red Alert 2 was excellent. And I think there was one like Tiberian Sun. And it wasn't bad. It was still a good game. It was just of the roster, it was the weaker offering. Alright. So, mixing station 2 and 2 ovens. And a bed. Cash only? Yeah, so in the game, basically, your legitimate business deals with only from the bank account. Your illegitimate business only deals from the from cash only. All right. Can you put these drugs on my diner's card? Have you seen... Oh, wait, no, I'm good. You got nothing to search me for, coppers. I'm clean. Have you seen this yet, Sim? It's actually pretty funny. Like, you know, there's been a dime a dozen, haha, drug cartel, whatever games. But yeah, nah, okay, cool. Yeah. Versus this one's just like really kind of silly about it, so it's nowhere near as bad. Like the ones that try and take themselves seriously, where you're like, yeah, we're gonna be shipping out methamphetamines, you're like, okay, hang on. I don't think I want to actually do that. And even though we are doing this, you know, we're mixing it with donuts. Yeah, no, exactly. I think if it didn't have like the silly campy vibe, that it would definitely not. Please don't make me move the beds. Can we wet? You know what? Here, this corner right here, this is your corner. Have a nice time. All right. So we're going to break a lot of stuff here in a minute. Who's our new hire? Welcome, new hire. You sleep here. I'm not going to hand you your money yet. All right, so what I want to do is we're going to have another step in the process here. I'm going to be rearranging a lot of stuff and breaking a lot of things, which is part of the reason is like, maybe I should start saving up for the next building before messing with any of this. Oh, let's grab all of this. There we go. Because what I'm thinking we're going to do is we're going to add another layer into the production. Why not say that was my bed? I mean, that's not a bad idea. All right, yeah, no, that's actually a fair idea. Where are you? All right. So, the thing I'm gonna run into here is I want to get ourselves set up where I'm gonna have like one area that's going to be for the lab ovens. But I'm gonna want to wait till our current running lab ovens are done. So right now, oh, I already had another. You know what? Let's go big. Let's dream. I'll put that down for right now. let's dream. Let's add entirely too many stages to this thing. In the meantime, we'll chuck the packing thing there just to get it out of the way. I still have all this soil. Cool. Yeah, basically, I'm thinking that we're going to make a little area that's going to have all of the lab ovens, and I'll have like one person that they just man the lab ovens. That's what they do. They just take care of the lab ovens and all that. I'll have the other two are going to mostly focus on the chemistry stations. I'll have a set of 4 chemistry stations, and so I'll have one do 2 chemistry stations, and then one of these mixers, and one they'll do the other 2 chemistry stations, and one of these mixers. And we're going to try and go and make our stuff as involved as possible. Gonna add some more layers to it. Mostly because I got materials and I need to get rid of them. There we go. Yep, keep our chai mint espresso going. But yeah, so what's going to end up happening, though, is the moment I start messing with this, everything's going to break. Alright. So what I'm thinking is... Alright, what I'm going to have to do is... Alright, chemists are doing the stuff in the back. What are your jobs? No, they're not. These are not your jobs anymore. This job here... not yours. That job there, not yours. This job over here, nope. Same deal here. I'm unassigning them so as they finish those processes, they don't start the next one. So that I can rearrange things and not have everything go horribly. Okay. Picking it out the side. Just trying to get as much as we can moved out of the way just so I can do stuff. This isn't where I actually intend for these to be. Just trying to get everything moved. So you're good to move, you're good to move. You get another minute and some change. Alright. I'm sure we'll end up moving the trash can. So you're that wide. Yeah, and we're gonna get all of that out of here. I'm doing a proper rearranging. I know that's cattywampus right now. We'll get that sorted soon. All right. So that's the input side. There's a faucet there, and that's causing us problem. You can use input and output for that. We'll go boom, boom. I need to wait till that's done. I'm being impatient, and I need to wait till that's done. Okay. There we go. I don't remember where you're being sent, so I'm just not gonna sweat it right now. Forgot there's 4 of those. Which already takes my initial design plan and kind of shoots to the foot. Okay, so what we'll do here. This trash can. And I got rid of my garbage bags. It's like, I don't need to worry about this anymore. Is there enough trash that I can... Oh, it's so dark. I was say, is there enough trash I can make real fast and chuck in there to get them to empty it out so we can move it? That is so frustrating. I get why it is the way it is, but also I really don't like the way it is. I'm gonna go run and I'm gonna go buy a trash bag. Because that cannot be left that way. Alright, so what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna move that trash can. We're gonna have like a little U of all the oven things. And I'm gonna have one person who's gonna be dedicated to running 3 of them, and the other one is gonna have to hop between those and other things. Alright. And then we can just have that like as a little corner for them to just run back and forth between to get all those going. The other thing I'm gonna do is I've got now 4 mixing stations. I figure we might as well use them all. Start trying to get ourselves an even nicer product. Okay. So, step 1 first. Alright, so 3. There we go. So we've got this spot here. And this weirdly works out where now got another shelf. So, with this, we go 9. Grab all of these. You're all set to drop off on that shelf. Okay, so now I need to start cleaning all this crap up. And this is your source shelf. So let's grab this, drop those off. Drop this here. Drop you off. Drop as much as we can here. Okay. So with this now, let's try to leave enough space in between here. Yeah, because that'll be enough for a person to walk through. Needs to be one more than that because I need room for the shelf. Okay. Oh, I see what happened here. Alright, so got those two cleaned up for the moment. And that's how wide you'll be. I'll see for this, I'll just plunk it like that for right now. And there. All right. Okay, so I've got these set up. I'm probably gonna want more shelves than I've got here right now. So I'm gonna try to do, this is gonna take us extra workers and be not as efficient. But I think it'd be better served if I have one of these shelves has one good, one of the shelves has the next good. You get the idea there. Make sure all these are configured correctly. You're not. You're still not. Okay, so you got 4 stacks. You got 5 stacks. What is going on here? So you got the stacks of one of each, one of each, one of each, one of each. Oh, right, I still have this over in the corner. Right. That explains that. I was like, wait a second. This isn't working out. That's the crappy shelf, so let's get rid of it entirely. Okay. So from here, I need a new shelf. I'm gonna grab that stack here. I don't really care where it goes right now. We'll deal with that later. So I'll have over here, on this side, that'll be you. Let's get your stuff over here. Okay. So we can probably move some of this over. To free up another shelf over here. Alright. So. You have these 4. They're gonna make that, and their destination is gonna be that shelf. Cool. Cool. Then they're already configured to drop off on this shelf. Cool. So the idea is these products get made, they bump onto this shelf, this goes into this, that bumps onto that shelf. We'll have worker take it from that shelf over to the line of all that crap and all that. This will be the... what is this even here? I've got the 3 materials. This doesn't need to be here is what that is. Alright. So we've got our end product. It gets brought over here. So this will be the first phase that happens here. Now I'm going to learn my lesson from the R1 that I don't think they actually have to get to the broad side. We'll just keep it there. I was gonna say, I don't think they actually have to get to like the broad side of it. That we can do all sorts of shenanigans. But I am gonna need more shelves. That fertilizer's expensive. I don't want to just chuck it. What I can do here is for right now toss the extra jars in there. Okay. So yeah, so you get the idea is what'll end up happening is that'll give us the stuff that'll get hauled over here, and then we do the ping pong back and forth down the whole line. I'll need to do some experimentation to figure out what's the right solution for this. For right now, we'll keep the 3 stages we've got. So this does mean what I need to do is start assigning people. So let's go over here. First, You have no assignments? Let's get you to work. So you get to be way back here in the corner. You do that machine, and you do that machine, and you do that machine. Congratulations, first chemist. That's your job. You already are assigned all those chemistry machines there. That's fine. Meanwhile, for you, you do that machine, you do that machine, you do that machine. And then there's you. You do the one odd machine out there, and the one odd machine out here. And whenever we hook it up, you get that machine as well. I don't think we'll really worry about it. Alright. So next contestant. You. You've got the packaging. For right now, I'm going to unassign all of these routes because I have no idea what we even got going on there. So let's grab you, grab a route, grab the source. Okay, for the stuff going on here. You take that. Oh, this is gonna be real inefficient. Alright. I'm gonna need more handlers for this. Because you see the problem here is I've got to assign one for each step. This is not feeling like a good plan. It's fine. We'll figure it out. Okay, so there's a problem with this plan. The problem with this plan is because the sheer number of people I need working those shelves to make sure it goes is going to be a problem for a bunch of reasons. Because they're mostly just going to stand around with nothing to do. What I was hoping to accomplish with this was that we would have a buffer here. And I could easily look at the shelf real fast and be like, ah, I'm low on, and just deal with it. But I'm already out of all my handlers, and I haven't finished wiring up the first one. Right, because I have a whole new layer in here. Alright, I'm going to need a bunch of handlers. Okay, there's problems with this design. I'm going to change the way I'm approaching this, as far as the handler goes. I'm going to go ahead and kill these routes, and I'm going to start from the end here and go the other way. Okay, so you grab the jar, and you put it here. You grab this, and you put it there. And you grab this, and you put it there. And you grab this, and you put it there. We don't have anything yet here, but you put it there. And that's the first handler. So basically starting at the end and working your way forward. That's large storage to chemistry station. Alright, meanwhile you go way over here. And you grab the thing there. And you put it there. Alright, and now you go to the output here. And you put it over there. So you'll empty those onto that shelf yourself. So you grab this, and you put it there. And you grab this, and you put it there. And you grab this, and you put it there. And now we're out of workers. So yeah, so you see the difficulty we're gonna have here. So do I even need the cleaning person anymore? Does the clean? Let's take. Was it Sharon? Was a cleaning person? I'm not gonna fire her. Yeah, Sharon. We're gonna go ahead and take the money out of Sharon's thing so she doesn't work tomorrow, and just see if the place becomes a mess. If it does, then, you know, Sharon gets to stay. If it doesn't, I'm actually not gonna fire her, but she's just not going to get paid. That's fine. Okay. And for that, we can go ahead and toss this here so we can watch it all work. All right, so this is not wired up, and this is mostly wired up. We will need to get probably 2, maybe even 3 more handlers tomorrow, and probably another chemist. But that is a start. We're gonna go ahead and go to sleep now. And we got the brick press. So we might be having a change up here not too long to where we stop doing this and we start using the brick press. Okay, so looks like we got a couple people running in here right away. That's whatever. Yes, they're all getting to work. Okay. So, checker dealers. You got a bit of money. You're all doing extremely well on your inventory. I have a lot of expensive goods there. We could use some... Actually, do I need a large shelf? So we got all the large shelves we need for this over here. That's all sorted. We got our large shelves over here. Yeah, so I think we're just good with that. Alright, so they're doing their stuff there. That's good. Yeah, so generally the place where it's going to fall apart is loading these up. Those will have to load manually. And then one of these isn't going to get its material. Did I not buy an extra oven Oh, that was right. We had it 2 to 1 because I thought that was going to be enough, and we made it 1 to 1. That was a change. Right. So that should be good. We should be good in good shape here. We can grab these. And let's go find our dealers. One nice thing about what I'm setting up over here is where what I've been doing is each time we went to the new location, I've been tearing down the old one and doing this. I think for this one, with everything we're getting set up, I don't think we tear it down when we leave. I think we just leave it running, and every once in a while I like do a run over there where I just load up a bunch of crap into a vehicle and just drop it all in there to keep the production line going. Oh hey, is that who I think it is? Okay, you're still doing your thing. You don't have room for more. Cool. But yeah, so what we'll need to do is I've got that combination of the 3. We're gonna want to see if we can have 1 or 2 things that maybe can add a bunch of money onto it. There you go. You swear that broken down car is up to something? Oh, absolutely, without question. Alright, and contacts-wise, Yeah, I'm willing to bet our next rank is Enforcer 1, and that will open up the next area, which means another potential dealer, another potential all sorts of stuff. Probably get a new product line and everything to work with. Alright, so in the meantime, basically... Oh, what I can do is I can grab 2 beds. That's what I can do in the meantime, is I can grab the 2 beds. That's one thing I can do. Because I do believe I am going to need 2 more handlers. We can figure it out here in a moment, but I need 3 processes, and I believe I have 4 I need. So, 2 of those. Trying to phone someone, tow truck maybe, to run away. Yeah. I was like, can I shove these under the stairs? Alright. So, let's consider. I need 1 more person hooked up to this side. I need... Yeah, so we hook up 1 more here. They have 5 connections, so 1, 2, 3. Oh, no, that's right. It would be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that'll be 12, 13. So that's 3 people. Alright. But it is one of those things that I can put a really big buffer on there. Yeah, and I'll need an extra chemist so as well, so I need 2 more beds. But the hope here is I'll be able to set this all up, and all I have to do is do a run, you know, every 2-3 days. Do a run, grab all the supplies, dump it in there, and then collect all the inventory. Alright. Let's see, soon your contact is gonna be like, man, you just hired the whole town. I don't have any more. Yeah, it's like, who's your customer? We don't have any. Everyone already works for you. Yeah, so with that, I would need 1 more chemist, and they would have 1 spot to spare. So if we see that these fall behind, I buy another one of those. If they don't fall behind, I buy another one of these. And the chemist is sorted. Or I add yet another mixing thing. I already am worried that we're gonna not have a great combination here. Okay. Do that configured correctly. So she should get everything set up and then carry that all away. Alright. Sorry, so it's 6 p.m. in-game. I need, what was it? 3 handlers and a chemist? That's gonna be a steep increase in what we're paying out a day. I also can't afford it. Yeah, I also can't afford it. Right now, I think the 3 handlers is the important one first. Because of the 3 handlers, all of it's automated to what I've got. Yeah, it's a real shame that there isn't a way to make that a little bit more efficient so far as workers go. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, three handlers and a chemist will still do it. But I forgot, we still have to have the part where they carry it from here over. Because that needs to be carried over. Oh, no, they are already carrying it over. The issue is I don't have that as part of the chain yet. I see. That's fine. The big thing right now is that first part, getting the actual materials produced, and that is happening. Do my dealers have... Okay, so my dealers already have themselves like another 2,500. So let's go grab that. That's put me up to around 7,000-8,000. And with that, I could probably hire the help I need. Maybe not pay them, but hire them. Get everything assigned, and then it'll be just as I can shove money into their stuff, we can deal with it. Alright, so you're over here to the south. Then we gotta decide what we're mixing the rest of that with. To try and, maximize our profit. Car's having a tough day. Okay, you're out and about. But then, I mean, you're right behind me. It'll look like Molly was cutting across to here. I love how they just cut past the cops and have no problem, but I would absolutely be accosted. Alright. Goodbye a whole lot of money and massively increasing the cost of our operation. Okay, I would like to hire an employee. I am looking for a handler. I would like it at the barn. Yes. Okay. I would like to hire an employee. I'd like to buy a handler. At the barn. Yes. I'd like to hire an employee. I'd like to buy a handler. At the barn. Yes. I'd like to hire an employee. I'd like to buy a chemist. We have hit the capacity limit of that location. Alright, change of plan. So the handlers we still want. We can do without the without what we've got. So what we're gonna need to do is change the one handler route that takes it from the shelf. Oh right, we don't need the janitor. That's right. We can go get the chemist. So we can get rid of the janitor, and we can get the chemist, because we're no longer doing stuff that makes a mess. This is true. Put an operation at the bungalow? I don't know what that means. Yes, each handler can only do 5. Alright, so Sharon's out of here. So let's go back and get our chemist. And then what we need to do is try to guess what ingredients we should use next. Because I need 2 more ingredients for the 2 new chemist stations. And that's those ones we can take some chances, where I can grab 1, or I can grab 2, we could use them. If they work out, great. If not, we'll just keep swapping them. Chemist. Barn. Cool. Alright, so we've got everyone hired. On our way back, I'm gonna grab some stuff to... On our way back, I'm gonna grab some stuff for those 2 shelves. So we are using the Addy, the batteries, and the, was it iodine? Yeah, we're using these 3. Let's go for the Red Bull. So that'd be 80 for half of my inventory? Yes. And ooh, yeah, no, I've used that for a whole lot of stuff. Let's do the Mega Bean. No, wait, we already had the Mega Bean. No, wait, no, we don't. No, the last thing we had the Mega Bean. We'll use the Mega Bean. Alright, so let's see what happens. But basically we'll mix it, we'll check out the prices and all that. If it seems like it was an improvement, we stick with it. If it seems like it's, you know, regressing, we try and swap out whatever point it looked like it took a dip, like took a hit on the price. And kind of trial and error it up to something decent. Actually, we could get lucky and it might just be worth like $200 right from the get-go. But we're going to find out here. So with this, we're going to go right here, and we're going to start with the energy drink. And then do this. Okay. You, what's your job here? There you go. Chemist, bed assigned. That one. Your workstations are here. Okay, so you're already assigned on those ones. Did you only have the 1 extra? That can't be right, right? Oh, I guess we just had the 1 extra. Well, I mean, honestly, it's probably a waste. It's fine. They already work for me. I'm not going to fix it. Okay. Bed. This one. Add new route. So you can go from this one to there. This one to there. This one to there. And this one to there. Which route were we missing? We were missing one of the routes here. I think it was to that one. And this one to there. Okay, you're all assigned. Grab your bed. Back here. Okay, you're this one. There. This one. to there. This one to there. This one to there. I'm going to leave the last one open for right now. No. 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 Did I not get 3 of them? I thought... Oh, there's 2 people in one spot here. There we go. I got confused by the homunculus. This one. To there. This one. To there. This one. To there. This one. To there. Alright. Hiding on their first date. Not a good sign? Yeah. Okay. So. Let's wait till the morning. I think I'm paying them to not work tonight. Oh, right. It's still within hours that they can technically work. Yeah, so we wasted money on that one. I'm just gonna fast forward time so we're not wasting money. We've done enough changes here. There's a really good chance they're gonna want to, like, refresh the day. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, you can work. 1, 2, you can work. 1, 2, you can work. 1, 2, you can work. You're probably all good up here. You're good, you're good, you're good. 1, 2, you're good. You're good. 1, 2. Okay, everyone is paid. So everyone can do their jobs now. Alright, now with all of that, what's going to end up happening is we are going to need to go to the warehouse and get the press. That's going to be a minute. At least I think it's at the warehouse. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a warehouse. And what's ultimately going to happen is I believe that press is going to replace this thing. But otherwise everything goes. Alright. Now, there is a chance that things will get stuck and I'll need to do a reload because we had that earlier. So one thing I'm trying to keep an eye on is these are going to pop new recipes, which is going to stall the process at each step. Ooh. Are you not going to carry that over? We'll have to see. Alright. So... Frappuccino. Cool. I don't think we have a person carrying stuff over from there to there. Let me grab one of the ones I left a spare spot on, because that's why I left a spare spot on some people, is I figured we're probably having something not set up. So there. To there. Destination there. Destination there. Alright, so let's see how that goes now. Oh, and I didn't check to see how that price was on the Frappuccino. Frappuccino, 92 bucks. That's, I believe, one of our better only one mix things. No, it's about in line with the espresso. Way more addictive though. So we made it way more addictive, not necessarily worth as much per dosage. So that's all doing its stuff. Oh, I'll probably baggy that up myself. Give me those 3 bags. That's fine. I'll just grab you other way here, drop you. That guy will take care of it, plunk that on the shelf, and it'll sort itself out, and I don't have to think about it. Yeah, those should get ahead gradually and get that sorted out. All right. Okay, that didn't gain it hardly any value. Cold Frappuccino. So I'm thinking that one's a bust. I'm thinking the beans here. The beans here go. That's what I'm thinking. So I do think the energy drink worked well. But let's nix the beans. So run over here. We're gonna grab, I should have brought the van. I'm gonna grab a full stack of the energy drinks. Actually, let's go energy drinks. Should probably be ordering them to deliver now. Let's see. So energy drinks, let's go for the 80 energy drinks. The beans are a miss. Let's go for the hot peppers. Okay. Yeah, so likely we're not going to get a particularly wonderful result out of that chain. But the idea here is we're experimenting a little. I probably should have had a separate bench that I just did all this testing on my own. Got one more stack there. Excuse me, I gotta get through here. Until I name it, you won't let me do anything with it. Alright. Foamy cold Frappuccino. Cool, so you got that all set aside. You think the oil and the horse are the only ones you haven't tried yet? I thought I did the horse earlier. I've definitely used the horse and stuff before. We're actually getting through that stuff relatively quick. Now you'd have had to go through here. Because you got to that one. Tells me something came out of there. I'm not sure what the deal is with that. Unless you're configured wrong. No, you're pointing at the right one. Yes, it would have had to get here. Oh, that's probably them coming right now to deal with it. Okay. Alright. Crusty, foamy, cold, frappuccino. Because its value went down again. So I'm giving it a negative name. Alright, but things went bad when we got to the bean. So we're gonna not put the bean in there. We'll leave all the rest of it in there. We'll try swapping that out. Because my assumption is certain ingredients don't mix with other ingredients in a way that's positive. Like you'll get a tag onto it, but it'll be generally seen as a negative tag, so it'll devalue it. That's my guess. And those two are getting pretty close to topped off. I probably didn't need the fourth one, but it's fine. I'm a little worried about this one not doing. Just gonna pop it in myself. One of the others had a spare spot. I had two of them. All right. Rancid, crusty, foamy, cold, frappuccino. Alright, needless to say, that was a bust, is what that was. Yeah, so we're missing a route here. Bag station isn't getting filled either. Bag station. Well, this station shouldn't be getting. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Why? It's not ideal. Okay. So that'll fix that so we can at least package our stuff. That's important. Now the problem we have is I do have too many routes. We might be able to work around that though. Yeah, so I'm gonna need a route there. Okay, so one of the ways we could potentially work around this is right now that has the destination of the buffer. We can kind of go and start cutting some of these ones out. So I could make one of these not go to the shelf. No, it won't matter. Yeah, it will. So what we can do here is take you off that and grab you and do this. So what I've done is I've disconnected one of these. But what I can do over here is I can grab one of these and basically tell it has a direct route to there. But we can see if I even need it. Could someone be doubled up around? We could have someone doubled up on a route as well. That's also a possibility. Those are things that are going to take some figuring. Alright, so you have the cold frappuccino is still on the mix. I can't imagine that's not wired up as well. Something is not right here. We'll save and we'll reload the day. Oh, or it's not reload the day. We'll save and then we're going to reload and just see if everything unsticks. That is the one thing I'd say is a big criticism is they have this like little clipboard thing. There really needs to be a better way that I can like interrogate a station. Like they just say like I go from this to this with the name of the thing. Something like highlighting that shows you it's like, okay, that's the one that's being worked on, that kind of thing. Just some way you can kind of interrogate it to figure out what you got going on. Because like once you set it up, you just kind of hold your hands in there and go, oh. All right. Because we can't hire more people, so it might be that I just need to lose one of the chemistry stations. There's a very good chance that might be how we resolve it. Okay, luckily she's going down this way, so we can skirt around those police. Okay, that's her right there. Ooh, you made some serious cash last night. Alright, so I don't think we need anything from here. Honestly, actually, with the mixing tables having a one-to-one relationship to the microwaves, we can probably bypass carrying this stuff. But I mean, that still only saves me one table, which might still be worth doing. I'm gonna launder this money so it's available in my bank account. All right. But yeah, no, that mix we've been making is clearly a lose. I'm sure someone's figured out like the entire diagram. It's like, hey, if you combine energy drink and this, you get a negative. You combine energy drink and that, you get a positive. Like, go through the whole thing to sort it all out. All right, California Monkey. Euphoric and spicy. So we'll do spicy frappuccino. Because that seemed to gain value. Yes, that went up to 109. So it didn't add much to its value. The energy drink might be the actual problem towards the beginning. Yeah, and you're not getting your materials on this one. All right. So let's do some changes here. So right now, I've got this. That goes away. It's not needed anymore. So you, destination, you. Okay. You, destination, you. Okay. You, destination, you. Okay. And then you, destination, you. Okay. So that should clean up at least one route off one person. Because that shelf no longer exists to be on someone's route. Because it was the shelf that fed into all of those. That should actually be like a bunch of routes. Oh, wait. Ah, there we go. So these don't exist anymore. So I can grab you. And do this to there. And this to there. I'll just get shoved in here where I can't move. For the time being, we go wedge that in there. All right. So that should help. And those are all set to dump on that shelf as a buffer, which then feeds into this machine and goes to the next machine, that goes to the next machine. So you're fine. You're fine. That's waiting. Gonna drop money in for everyone. Make sure people have money for the next day. So they all should finish their tasks, and then in-game day is sorted. Yeah, so you got that junk one. You've got one going. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need to improve our thing. Get to see a new chili mix? Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, is just wait right here. I'm not gonna wait for the whole thing to process. But we're hoping this will still be going up in value. That was still the other mix. That's fine. Alright, so we go to sleep. Luckily, our dealers are sitting on such a large supply, I don't have to worry too much right now. And it does seem like things are working, like it wasn't just me having a mistake, whatever. Alright. Yeah, the rancid, crusty, foamy, cold Frappuccino. Like, it's got a lot of bonuses on it, but it's just not worth anything. Everyone's running around doing their stuff. Alright. Yeah, there's gonna be figuring out the mixers that's gonna be the tricky part. And I am noticing the way I made this corridor, while it works great for them, it really sucks for me getting in there to check on things. That said, I don't think I have anything to deal with their current dealers. You've got over 200 product, you've got over 200 product, you've got over 200 product. So they're just set for right now. And you're waiting for the hot pepper. Okay, so that's going to change it. I'm expecting that to have negative consequences. So it was like 100 something going in here. Oh, 165. I've already forgot the name we were using on this. Well, the foamy frap was the bad one. The other one we had, like, I think if it hit escape, it commits. It was still a Frappuccino. Let's just say... Let's see, ginger root. Ginger root hot Frappuccino. I don't know. What was the previous one? It was a spicy Frappuccino. That's fine. We'll just kind of change its name a little bit. So you're working on all that. But that's getting a little bit better. That's at 142. So it's not been as good as the mix we were doing before. It might honestly be one of those things that I grab the batteries, I drop them here. We basically start with the same 3 ones. And try and build up from there, since that one was giving us better results. Because it does seem like that hot pepper took it the wrong way. So the hot pepper might also be a miss ingredient. Let's get our van out of the way. Wait, never mind. I forgot, it takes an eternity for stuff to be delivered. Alright. Let's just assume we're going to be getting rid of that hot pepper. Because that didn't give us, like, that only gave us like $9 more. And didn't seem to really go super great. All right. So, send it to the vehicle. 80, 80, 80, 40. Cool. And then we can say send it to my pocket. 40. Um, 40. So that'd be 4 stacks, 2 stacks. $40. Are there other add-ons on the market? I believe this market is where you get all of them. I mean, you already have in that market something like 12 or so add-ons that we can run into. So it is a little tricky to figure out like which ones are the winners and which ones aren't. And it does seem to vary based on the product you're getting. That some products do actually benefit from other things than others. Yeah, I figured to have extra of these and chuck those down. You get that one. So basically getting our stuff we know we want. I got way too many of those. I got like way too many of those. All right, so that's worth a little bit more. All right, so this is the caramelized ginger fruit hot frappuccino. So we're getting close to all that sorted. Yeah, so still 9. You get to go on this shelf. Explosive zombifying? It happens. What am I missing? Where did they go? No, they're all wired up. I didn't pick them up. I don't think they got jarred. Where did you go? None of those seem to be engaged. You all stealing my product? I have questions, and I'm not entirely sure what the answers are. Because you have a Frappuccino thing waiting here. You need to have your mixer. Alright, let's do this real fast. I'm gonna save the game real quick. I'm gonna do a quick reload, because we're getting some weirdness. So I'm assuming someone's route's gotten stuck. So we're gonna go ahead and reload the game real fast, because we've had this happen before. And then the hope is that they will unstick and get back to work and do their stuff. And if not, we'll try and figure it out. Yeah, that'd be my only criticism so far as the automation stuff, is there needs to be some better visual way of seeing what goes where and all that kind of stuff and who's doing what. And yeah, so they all just ran in immediately and got to work. Like, I should be able to click on this and be like, hey, this individual is working on this route. Yes, those are all connected. That part's fine. Do any of these say none to... Oh, you got one more here. Alright, that'll be fine. So we can go up here, grab the hot pepper, plug it on there. Yeah, and unfortunately, I feel like a lot of times if it doesn't work, the answer to dealing with it is going to just be wipe out all the patterns and redo them all. Which again, early access, all that stuff. It does appear... Oh, here we go. Did we not already name this one? I've already forgotten what it was. Caramelized ginger root hot frappuccino. Yeah, I think it just didn't commit the name, like I escaped out of or something. Did you miss someone getting paid? No, I don't think that was it. I think when I hit that one, maybe I didn't hit the right button and it canceled out of it instead. I'm gonna need to intervene here soon on the other parts. Like I said, there's not really a good way to see if someone's set up to this to there. Can I rename these or anything? Yeah, that would be the one thing, is there's just like really not a good way to figure out what you've got going on. So about the best I can do with this is take my people and just unassign them and start their entire process over from the end working forward to try and get that sorted. And try and see where things got missed. I don't want to, because also those things, half the time when I do that, I have to reset it. So that's the rack to the chemistry station. So that'd be all the ones going to these. Yeah, so 3 of them are basically dealing with that, with 1 extra route on each of them. And I've got 2 who are dealing with this. Thick Urkel. Alright, so let's see here. These names are getting... I'm just gonna call it the Ginger... Final Ginger Root Frappuccino. The names are getting too long to manage. Alright, so that one is worth 222. I still don't think that's a good result for how much effort we put into it. Because, yeah, that one's 225. That might be the most valuable one we've come up with so far. But it definitely doesn't feel like one I want to try and sustain. No, that's not. The double shot chai mocha was the best one. All right. Thick is something you didn't need popping into your brain. There's our money being laundered. Gonna be 80. I'm just gonna start slapping stuff together and see which one gets the best price. I'm feeling a little less convinced on the energy drinks. Hey, Belt, how's it going? I'm alive. Alive is good. So I need more of those 3. All right. Is there a way you're tackling what makes the most profit, or just kind of winging it? Mostly I'm trying to watch that when I put different ingredients in, if the price goes down. That tells me I goofed somewhere. That certain combination didn't work out. This last combination I'm winging. But we have the whole like battery, addy, whatever. That has proven to be pretty good for us. So the battery, the iodine, and the addy. Yeah, realistically, I think what I need to do is not necessarily break out a full-on spreadsheet. I mean, that would certainly work. But, you know, the whole thing again, where we kind of do a bunch of like little A/B test type things. Because there is multiple things that'll get the same result. Alright. So that makes a cappuccino. We don't have a product moved over there yet. We don't have product moved over there yet. Still working on it. Imagine someone learning Excel to track drug prices in a game. Well, that stuff happens. As much as people want to meme on it, that kind of thing genuinely happens. I know I went and learned a lot. Like, I knew how to use Excel before it, but like I took Excel from the knowledge I had to a very, very extreme step up in my knowledge in Excel for EVE Online. That I put entirely too much into figuring all that out. I already know I'm gonna have to deal with like rearranging a lot of the handlers. Like there's gonna be some tinkering in here, and I just don't want to do it. Like it's gonna be one of those things we have to sit down and for that. Excel can be fun when you're using it for your own stuff and not work. Oh yeah, no, it can be like really fun to sit down there and do all the data crunching and analytics and all that kind of stuff and go, here's the results and here's all this stuff. Like there can be a lot of enjoyment dealing with that. Okay, so I was still making the last batch stuff. This is still working. Yeah, so I am learning I don't need to be nearly as aggressive about trying to save space as I'm being right now. Because very genuinely it just doesn't matter with what we're dealing with. I'm a little worried about that being exactly 3,000. I'm kind of worried that might be, like, the maximum they can carry. I don't remember if I've seen them higher. Alright, so 128, or 126, that's not bad. Pink, cappuccino. So for right now, let's start marking the ones that had the highest values. So you did really well. You did well. Oh, we're not making those anymore. Yeah, so what were you made with? Horse? I wish I could click on that to find my way through, because I'm there. Like, this needs to be better to navigate. Okay. So you needed the double shot. So we got horse. Where do we get into the whole, like, pumpkin spice nonsense? Well, there's the first one that's pumpkin spice. Yeah, so it was that. So we used gasoline, then a battery, then motor oil. I don't think that's in that order anymore. Man, I can't figure that out. Hey, Kesmore, how's it going? Has anyone told you about the Schedule 1 calculator website yet? No. I'll probably avoid using it. To me, the fun is in, like, the discovery. If I just get the results handed to me, it kind of takes away from it. Alright. I think that went down. We'll double check. Let's see. Glowing pink cappuccino. Alright, so let's see here. We go to our products. With the pink cappuccino. No, glowing is higher. So it's still fine. Alright. Someone in their Discord said they should show in a family tree style. Yeah, and there's definitely a lot they could do with it to make it way more interesting. So far as, like, not... Interesting is not the word I'm looking for. There's ways they could handle it that would, make it way easier to navigate. That's kind of the places where I'm starting to see the UI, like, the edge case problems of the UI sneaking through. Alright. So we got everyone's pay for the next day. We didn't make nearly as much earnings off our dealers for whatever reason that day. So, like, everyone swarmed in immediately. There's nothing for you to do. That's fair. And they're both assigned. Okay, so they're all working on their product, getting all that sorted out. Just getting shoved all over the place. Alright, so the last price up on it was 154. So we want this to be higher than 154. Hopefully by a decent amount. If it's not, we should not use... Oh, come on. Stop pushing. Okay, that'll do. Let's see. Glowing ginger cappuccino. I don't know. I'm just gonna manually deal with it myself because I don't want to wait. So it's still better yet. I don't think we're gonna break the amount we've had though. Because yeah, that one got up to 225 and I was at 195. So I think this set has underwhelmed that again as well. Deliveries. I'm gonna start delivering. Okay. Not the hardware stores. So we will want to... Let's move our truck. Okay, so... Deliveries, ingredients, and packaging. So let's try and go with what we were doing before. So let's go 80 here, 80 there. Trying to remember. So we do need the batteries and all that. Products. Yeah, 80 there, 80 there. So that's 100, 120. So I can do one more thing. So iodine. That'll be the barn at loading bay 1. Cool, and we can grab you. Because I need to go down here to 80 there. 80 here, 80 here, 80 here. I'm just grabbing a bunch of stuff now. Barn. Loading bay 2. Alright, so a bunch of stuff is on its way. Unfortunately, if you look at those delivery times, they're both like 6 minutes. Alright, what's your final product? Not as good. Final ginger cappuccino, I don't care. It's not gonna get more of it made. Oh, come on, let me out. So I'll grab all this. And while that's going, I'm going to meet up with our dealers. Restock them with this crap we're making. Because unfortunately, with these not making nearly as good a product as I'm hoping, with all the extra staff, I'm starting to worry we're going to just eat into our margins a lot. Which would be really bad. Because we do actually have a pretty significant amount of overhead now. Alright, so you're back over here. Okay, topped you off. All right. You can have that one. Okay, cheese over here. Yeah, she's cutting her across this way so we can just go the other side. Okay, so luckily we do have a lot of procs still for sale. Even with the lower margin we're getting off those, it's still probably fine. It's the fact that we're putting all those extra layers in, and I'm like, I'm not really seeing that much of an increase. I gotta find the combinations that work better. What day is it? Friday? Let's make sure I put everything in the ATM I can. Actually, it really doesn't matter. The amount of money I can process right now per day is pretty significant. And I end up needing a lot of this money for a lot of stuff. Oh, I just realized I'm probably gonna be running out of product soon. I'll need to buy the supplies for the initial product. Have to keep an eye on that, because it makes it really slow. It only goes about 3 batches per day, but, well, sorry, 3 batches per day per machine. But with as many machines as I've got, we can actually churn through that relatively quickly. Yeah, and we're back before the trucks even arrive. All right. Okay, so we got about a minute there. I'm gonna take 2 seconds. I'm just thinking about her like stepping away, like so far as the camera. That I gotta quickly use the restroom. I'll be right back. So I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. Okay, so as you can see, the truck arrives. And I'm honestly at the point where we're not putting any rhyme or reason in here. I'm just gonna keep chucking stuff on the shelves until we see something that actually gives me exciting results. This does mean I'm gonna be naming a lot of stuff. Honestly, I might get to the point of just having like some pattern we use. Like, I'll name the final end result. I think the intermediaries, I'm getting a little over naming, because it's just like, coming up with a bunch of names for products we're never going to look at again. Because it's the only the end result is the only one we sell or trade or whatever. Okay, none of them are blinking. I've come to realize if I see this blinking, that means it's waiting on me for something. Yeah, so I'm kind of hoping we'll just keep chucking stuff on there and just random whatever patterns. And that ultimately we'll have something that ends up being worthwhile. You know, let's just really not care. Just mix it all up in there. It totally makes sense. You don't bother following through on the marketing work and naming a product that's never going to hit the shelves. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We name them here. This machine gets named. These ones, I don't care. Whatever it gets put on there, that's fine. Oh, we are not low on the materials here. We are out of the materials on here. That's fine. So we still have a good couple days worth of material, like 2-3 days worth there. So we're gonna need to spend money on getting more of the actual initial product going. Do my dealers actually have money? We just hit them up, so they probably don't, right? No, not really. They're still sitting on Tarragon. Like, that's how ridiculously much Tarragon we had. All 3 dealers still have almost 100 or more Tarragon. All right. I could see losing so much time trying to figure this all out. Alright. Yeah, so like I said, I'm not going to bother naming them at this stage. We'll name them at the last stage. Can't take it. Too many. But I'm kind of thinking we just mishmash stuff on there. And we check at the last stage and be like, is this better than what we got? And once we've done, you know, a good number of combinations, then what we can do at the end there is be like, all right, which one's the most valuable? That's what we're making now. And that becomes my main product. I think in the future, when it comes to dealing with this, I want one part of the place that is just the production line, and just give myself a little bench over here where I can just go like one at a time, be like, all right, what's this one? Junk, okay, don't make another. All right, what's this one? Junk, okay, don't make another. Like, just keep trying to tweak and adjust. I mean, really what's going to end up happening is I'm going to learn like which combinations go well when I start trying to pay attention, because we're starting to do like pretty involved mixes now. No, we definitely don't want to have the same ingredient in 2 different spots. Because then we could have an ingredient try and be mixed with itself a second time, and I think that would just give us not thing. Alright. Yeah, you looked at the min-max calculator out of curiosity. There's over 10.2 possible combinations. I'd believe it. When you start, like, every time you add another layer, you add on a whole factor of number of possibilities. So every additional option you give will magnify the, you know, the sheer volume of possibilities by a huge margin. You can even double and triple up mix-ins. That's honestly okay. That's fair. Yeah, I'm not worried about trying to like actually min-max and be like, what is the absolute best we can make or anything like that. Literally the way I'm gonna approach it is we'll go, alright, let's just do a bunch of random stuff now. And I'll do a little bit of that, get something pretty good, and we'll get that set aside. If I want to do that, what we could do is, did I have one more mixing table sitting here? No, I had a packaging. What I was gonna say is what I could do is set one mixing table to the side, and every once in a while snag a stack, and just experiment over there. Cool. Got another one to name over here. Yeah, lesson of the day is give myself more room to work. There we go. All right. I don't want to stop producing. We'll just chuck whatever we can together. I also kind of wish when we went in here and you said, oh, that one paid really well, instead of just being like this to this, like actually show me, start with this, and then here's the order you did the ingredients. Like the whole process. First going, okay, this. Or at least let me click on that to take me to the last one to trying to figure out like where it came from. Especially where there's no like search or anything in this. To me, this screen needs to be cleaned up. Oh, I can get rid of these with X, can't I? Yeah, so I don't know how much that's useful. So if I get rid of that with an X, or the X doesn't do anything, I guess. The star does, but the X doesn't. Ultra diesel, this one's just gonna be just plain old coffee. Right. Yeah, no, that's the thing. So this screen to me is one of the weak spots in the game. This screen right here. That needs some better sorting or something going on there. I wish there was a bit more control over the automation of shipping stuff as well. A drug called Nightmare Piss sounds like a really something to not imbibe in. You just make random stuff and sell it at this point, and you no longer min-max anything, to be honest. Yeah, I don't really want to, like, I'm not really trying to min-max. I'm literally just trying to find something that's like, okay, that's good, and just set up a production line for that. just because when it comes to dealer inventories where it can't stack the stuff, it can be a pain. Alright, so you can see what the results of that are. Yeah, judging by this, I actually need like another one of the ovens. Those are all backlogged. Man, it feels like it shouldn't make sense. Is this... No, it produces one. Because all of those are backlogged. Yeah, these are definitely not. Yeah, so let's see what pops out of this one. Strawberry balls. Alright, that's not a particularly good one. Black coffee. Cool. Alright, with that we are after hours, so let's go ahead and run up here real fast. That's not where I sleep anymore. Ooh, you know what I forgot to do, chat? Okay, Enforcer 1. Let's do that. And what's the Cauldron do? And we've opened up a new area with a new dealer, a new supplier, and new docks. So, I forgot to get money from my dealers to pay my staff. So I'm gonna do that real fast. Because that's kind of a big deal. Yeah, I know the Cauldron is for something about being able to make stuff in bulk, but not super sure how that works. Because I remember reading over it at one point. Should have brought materials with me. It's fine. 1 second, chat. Just trying to spare you another ad that you don't need to see. Because we're getting pretty close to winding down for the night. I'm gonna try and skip any of the ad breaks if we can, because I can't delay it forever. For those who don't know, behind the scenes with content creators, when the ad comes up scheduled, I can say, I don't want it yet, and it kicks it down the road 5 minutes, and I can do that 3 times. And then you have to wait, I think it's like an hour before you're allowed to do it again. Okay, so we got money to pay our staff. That's probably another thing that also happens late game, where I've only been putting like enough money for a day or two that we can probably go on that. I definitely feel like the scaling up of our operation here has kind of hurt us more than helped us in the short term. And I honestly think the big reason that is primarily because I added those extra, the extra steps along the way for the mixer. That genuinely, I'm not really seeing a good return on investment for that time, let alone that has cost me an extra like 2, maybe 3 staff. You ever try to love some of the names with the random name generator they come up with? Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely cursed, ridiculous, over the top nonsense. Good times. I've been mostly because I don't want people sitting there like repeating those names the entire time I'm here. Like, this isn't like, you know, a quote-unquote family-friendly channel. The way I usually advertise it is, like, not that it's safe for work, but it's, like, in that gray area. So the whole... like, I don't want your boss to say something to you. If your boss has you, like, overhears this, and they're, like, oh, hang on, we need to talk about this. That's not okay work, whatever. That's not good. But I don't mind a little boss side-eye. Where the boss takes that second and goes, should I say something? But not enough that they actually do. That's kind of the meme of how I approach this. Alright, so everyone should be able to work. And the way I can verify that is, hey, why aren't you working? You don't have anything to do. Why aren't you working? There's nothing for you to do. Why aren't you working? There's nothing to do. Why aren't you working? There's nothing for you to do. That's fine. If they're like, I haven't been paid, we'd want to straighten that out. We can grab one of those and chuck it here. Nothing's blinking. Alright, well, I don't want to get caught up where I don't wrap up when I need to. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to be going ahead and wrapping up here. But thanks so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. More than likely, the plan for tomorrow is we will be streaming this again, but it'll be a collab. The plan is to collab with Ultrasaurus playing in, all that good stuff. And so that's the plan. I don't know exactly when we're starting that part of it. I need to shoot that message off and get that confirmed with her, because I didn't bring that up, and that's on me. But we'll get that all figured out, whether it's going to be like the second half of stream, the whole stream, or whatever. We'll figure it out. Probably the second half would be my guess. But regardless, we're going to be playing more of this tomorrow. I do know some point in this coming week we are going to do another farm sim stream, because we do have those dare drops to wrap up. I literally just need like 2-3 in-game hours to completely, sorry, 2-3 real life hours, in-game hours. It's going to be like a day, like a couple of in-game months, whatever. But we're going to just get that done, get all those dare drops knocked out. That way I can give out the keys. We'll probably end up giving out the keys not while I'm playing Farm Sim. I'll just get all the keys together and just shoot those out for people who want. I'll figure it out. That part I haven't gotten sorted. So that's coming up on the 3rd. So in 2 days, 2-3 days, whatever. Pacific Drive is having their major update. So when that happens, whenever I have my next stream after that, we'll be playing Pacific Drive's big update. So a lot of fun things. So again, don't forget to drop the follow and all that good stuff. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have a host plan, so that is what it is. But thank you for tuning in. And over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because we're going to go find someone to drop a cheeky